All right, let's take a look here. I'm still getting set up. I see Droby in the chat here. Glad you followed me over. He's the one who told me just a minute ago that the attack has started. I was doing a premiere of another video I've been working on over the last couple hours, and about the Homeland Security conference today, where Padilla got arrested. I'm doing the premiere for that, and Droby's like, "Hey, have you seen the news?" I'm like, I see the news every day. Why? What's going on? And I went over and checked it, and holy crap, Netanyahu has pulled the trigger over there. So I am just finding out about this live with you guys. Of course, I've got a lot of background information, a lot of knowledge of this. We've been talking about this for years now, expecting it to come. Wow, my stream is super lagging over here. Can you hear me okay out there before I get started? Because I'm not going to be paying a whole lot of attention to the chat and everything as we go through this. All right, good. Very good. All right, so let's start out with the obvious. Let me see if I can get over here to switch screens and we'll look at some of the news together. All right. Let's see here. Let me look at this. Israel attacks Iran. Sirens wail. Operation Rising Lion. World on edge. Retaliation field. Tel Aviv moves. Hospital underground. Updates. All right. Now, everybody knows that what's going on is Israel wants the United States of America to go to war with Iran and try and knock Iran off in the way that they had us go knock off Iraq. Let's read through the news together. Israel launches preemptive strike on Iranian nuclear sites and military targets. According to the IDF, Iran has enough uranium to weaponize it to nuclear levels to 15 nuclear weapons within days. Well, you know what's going to show that that's not true? Iran is not going to be creating a nuke in the next 15 days. Netanyahu has been saying this for over a decade now. It wasn't true then, not true now. But he certainly just gave Iran every reason in the world to rush ahead and do what they can to try and get nukes. Israel's a nuclear power. They're the only genocidal regime out there right now in the region, killing people. Iran certainly isn't doing it. Dozens of Israeli aircraft participated in an initial wave of strikes on dozens of military targets and Iranian nuclear sites early on Friday morning. Warning sirens have been set off to get the public ready for potential Iranian counterattacks of ballistic missiles on Israel. The IDF had not stopped attacking since the initial wave. Rather, as of 4:30 a.m., the Air Force was still carrying out broad attacks. There were no specific signs of stopping. Prime Minister Netanyahu stated Iran is gearing up to produce tens of thousands of ballistic missiles, which could kill millions of Israelis even without nuclear weapons. But imagine if any of them had nuclear weapons on them. Netanyahu is an absolute maniac. You know what he's done. Iran had no reason to attack Israel. They weren't doing it. They weren't going to do it. But they have certainly given him a reason to attack Israel now. He has put, let me see here if I can get my window set up, get me in here. He has given Israel every reason now to attack Iran, for Iran to attack Israel. What an idiot. I mean, he has put his people in serious jeopardy. But he doesn't care. Netanyahu is the worst genocidal maniac of our generation. I was not alive during the, World War II. I don't know anything about Hitler because I wasn't there. But I do know about Benjamin Netanyahu. So do you guys. Let's keep reading here. Netanyahu stated Iran is gearing up, blah, blah, blah. Senior defense official on Friday morning said there's an increasing possibility that the Iranian high command, including their military chief and senior nuclear scientists, have been killed in the preemptive strike. Iran has not yet fired ballistic missiles, but it has thousands of them. IDF confirmed the reason for the attack is to prevent Iran, blah, blah, blah. All right, nothing new there. All right, Jerusalem Post stuff is just typical propaganda. Let's see here. Commander of Revolutionary Guard killed, at least 4 senior officials killed. The Natanz nuclear facility struck. Mossad leaves, let's see, prayed at the Western Wall before launching. Let's see, what's the latest here? We now deal with the head of the snake, says Defense Minister Katz. Iran's Deputy Chief of Staff, Ali Rashid, eliminated in Tehran. You know, that's one thing that we could count on with Israel with this, is that we saw this with the way that they handled Hezbollah, with the way they handled Hamas. If they don't have operations set up, surgical operations to get in there and chop up high command, they're not going to, they do that first. And they're not going to take action until they have something like that in place. They fight dirty, but they're effective. They're very effective. Iranian news agency, Iran's chief of staff, Bagheri, is alive and well, claim he's in the Situation Room. Iranian security source to Reuters, we are preparing for a harsh response to the Israeli attack. Perhaps we will see that tonight during this live stream. Israeli strikes decimate Iran's military leadership. These are the confirmed dead so far. Hossein Salami, former nuclear chief, among reported casualties. Israel eliminates Salami, the IRGC commander. U.S. coordinated the Iran attack with Israel. Tom Cotton, I don't even want to see what he has to say. Let me jump back to the main camera here and pull back up your comments, and we will talk about some of that as well. We'll probably be at this a while. There's a lot going on. So if something significant is happening while we're talking, because this is going to be very fluid, very fast, put it in the chat for all of us to see. And later on, I'll recognize anyone who gives super chats. Please forgive me if I'm not paying close attention here as we go. All right. Yeah, I'm totally unprepared for this. The crazy thing is, last night, I was on various social media accounts where I keep track of journalists and people over there, including a lot of Israeli journalists and people in social media. And there was a surprising lull from the people that I would expect to be buzzing, talking. And that gave me this eerie feeling, holy crap, something's getting ready to happen, because these guys are normally talking and sharing stuff. Not this time. They were keeping their lips sealed, and that was concerning to me. So I thought, well, maybe today I was going to end up having to do a report on this, but I wasn't seeing anything. So I went ahead and did a report on the other subject. And meanwhile, while I'm uploading that to YouTube, I wasn't checking the news, and here we are. As soon as you start seeing any sources of Iranian retaliation, let me know. While you are doing that, and please forgive me, I'm going to keep this screen on for a while I check updates and also some of the things I look at that I don't necessarily want to put on screen. The spokesman of Iran's armed forces, General Shakarchi, said on state television that Israel and the United States will, quote, receive a forceful slap, and Iran's armed forces are prepared and would be retaliating in soon with counterstrikes. He said a retaliation attack is definite, God willing. You know, let me say one thing here that Donald Trump has done to the United States. One thing that the United States has is its word. Just like a person's, you know, a man, one of the greatest things that a man has is his reputation. It's his word. If you say you're going to do something and you do it, that's honorable. Regardless of what it is, you keep your word. If you're someone who says you're going to do one thing and then you turn around and do something different, you break your promise, you break your word, that is very dishonorable behavior. But when you do it at a state level, when you do it as a nation, you are taking the honor of the entire country and sacrificing it in the eyes of the world. Donald Trump gave Iran the impression it was going to have these nuclear talks, that he didn't want this strike, that he didn't want to attack. And as long as the negotiations were going on, he was not going to go along with this. That's what he said. Now, I knew it was BS because, well, you know what I think of Donald Trump and his word. But fortunately, the Iranians also know Trump. But he said he was not going to attack while the negotiations were going on. Now, the negotiations are not over. It is true that this week Iran said, look, this is a non-starter. You said, you're telling us that we cannot, as a sovereign nation, have the right to develop nuclear energy for our people, that we have to remain back in the dark ages using forms of energy production that are less efficient, that we cannot do what you are allowed to do. We cannot do what other countries like Israel are allowed to do. You're telling us, dictating to us, that our people cannot have the rights and privileges that your people do. That is a non-starter. Iran has always abided by its promise when it came to the concerns of the international community about its development of nuclear weapons. First of all, Iran has every right to develop nukes if they want to. They have not attacked any other countries. They have not initiated war in over a century against another country, even though the United States has given them every reason to. Like, for example, how we pushed Saddam Hussein to attack Iran. But Iran has not done it. Israel, they attack everybody constantly, and they're a nuclear superpower. They have nukes. Are we trying to stop them? No. So when we come along and we tell Iran, you see all these crazies around you like Israel, like Saudi Arabia, who also wants nukes, attacking, you cannot have nuclear energy, and you certainly can't have nuclear weapons to defend yourself. Now, so Iran said to Witkoff, the U.S. Diplomat handling the negotiations, that's a non-starter. Of course, we're not going to do that. However, we would go back to the kind of JCPOA. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, also known as the nuclear deal, that's what they were willing to do. And they did it. Under the Obama administration, Iran agreed, we will allow international atomic energy inspectors to come in and investigate and watch our levels, and we will abide by that as long as all parties are doing their parts. One of the things that they're obligated to do, the other parties, is lift sanctions, let Iran have their money back that we froze, things like that. Now, when Trump came along, Netanyahu said, I never wanted this Iranian deal. Look at it. Look what's happening. They're abiding by it. They were found, and the U.S. government confirmed they were in full compliance with the terms of the JCPOA. Every single time they were inspected. But Netanyahu said to Trump in his first term, no, we're going to get rid of that. And of course, Trump is totally beholden to the Zionists. And so Trump pulled the United States unilaterally out of the Iran deal. Now, at that point, the USA being the primary sponsor of this deal, when we back out, even though some of the European signatories were like, well, we'll continue to honor it, Iran continued doing a lot of it. But they said, you know what? We're going to start moving up the amount of uranium that we refine. Now, that is a violation to an extent of the original JCPOA. But when you have two parties making an agreement and one party says, screw this deal, I am not going to do it anymore, we don't want anything to do with it, how is this guy still obligated to abide by the terms of the deal that the other party has backed out of and refuses to follow? So Iran has had every right to enrich uranium beyond what levels there were as part of the JCPOA. So anyway, Iran has been willing to go back to something, but they were not going to let Donald Trump, or more appropriately, Benjamin Netanyahu, who is controlling Trump here, tell Iran, you cannot enrich uranium. You cannot have any kind of nuclear program whatsoever for the benefit of your people. Iran said that's a non-starter. Now, if you want to have a serious negotiation, we'll do that. So the negotiations were going on. Steve Witkoff out there doing his stuff. Iran said, you know, this part's a non-starter. And if you're not going to be serious and you're going to come in and try and tell us what to do and muscle us around and speak down to us, this isn't going to work. But the negotiations were not over. They were still ongoing. There was yet another meeting scheduled to take place, another round of negotiations. But Donald Trump went along with Israel, contrary to his public word on behalf of America, and helped Israel strike Iran. That man has no honor. And he is making the people of the United States complicit in the schemes of Zionist Israel. And at this point, it's not just a handful of extremists in Israel. From top to bottom, this extremist ideology is pervading their society. It has gotten so much worse over the last 2 years. I don't completely fault the people for it, though. Yeah, a lot of them are crazy. There are elements within the society that are still kind of left-leaning for their political system, who are against what is being done to the Palestinians, who stand up for Palestinian rights, but they are the minority, and it is extremely difficult for them to speak out because they will face job losses, they will face physical attacks, shaming, humiliation. It's extremely hard for someone of conscience in Israel to speak out against the extremists. But what happened was, we had a few years ago, Netanyahu took over again. He was able to get back in. He got booted out, got voted out. To get back in again, just like a year or so later, to get back in power, he had to become prime minister over there. What you have to do is you have to be able to have the government, the parliament, over there. It's called the Knesset. You have to have a coalition because they've got so many different parties. Over there in the Israeli Knesset, I think they've got 70 members of the Knesset, something like that. Basically like our U.S. Congress. But they've got these small little political parties. Some parties only have 2 or 3 members in them. So you don't have one party, even though Likud is very big, it was not, which Netanyahu belongs to, it was not big enough to get the majority needed to reform the government. So what Netanyahu did was he looked over to some of these other parties that he had in the past been able to form coalitions with, and they're like, screw you, we're not doing it. So he had to reach down to the bottom of the parliament barrel and join forces with the most extreme factions in the parliament. The religious extremists, the ones that just are so racist, overtly racist, calling openly for the mass murder of all Palestinians. And those are the people, in order to form enough of a coalition, to have enough votes in parliament, to reform a government with him in charge as prime minister, he had to do these deals with them. And that's how we ended up with people like Smotrich and others, terrorists. One member, is it Benny Gantz? No, not Benny Gantz. Oh, I can't remember his name right now. One of the members of the high-ranking members of Netanyahu's government, Ben Gvir. He was convicted in Israeli court of supporting terrorism, of participating in terrorism. And after his conviction, he was hailed by Israeli society as a hero. And now he's in there as one of the top leaders of the Israeli government. These people are maniacs. Back in 2014, when I was reporting heavily on stuff going on back then, you had maniacs like Ayelet Shaked. She was a monster. She's the one who labeled all Palestinian mothers as, said that they needed to be killed because all they do is produce little snakes. That Ayelet Shaked, that was extreme back then. These people are like, take her, dose her with Zionist Red Bull, and you get what we have today. These people are maniacs, and they are willing to drag the entire world into nuclear conflict, sacrificing any number of Americans or people of other nations in order to get what they want. And what do they want? They want geopolitical domination in their region. They are supremacists. They think that they are not only God's chosen, but they have some kind of right to subjugate everyone else around them and take their lands. The Greater Israel Project, which is very much a Zionist scheme still in motion, they want land starting in Egypt throughout the Sinai Peninsula. They want part of Saudi Arabia. They want Jordan. They want Syria. They want parts of Iraq. They want Lebanon. And I don't know if Greater Israel extends all the way up into Turkey or not. I don't recall. Maybe a sliver. But there's a whole massive geographic area that they want, that they believe they have a right to. And the number one obstacle to them achieving this militarily is Iran. Iran is Shiite. In the world of Islam, you have 2 primary factions. Just like in Christianity, you have different denominations. The majority, and I think it's around 70% or so, are Sunni Muslims. And a lot of the Arab nations like Saudi Arabia and so forth, they are primarily Sunni Muslim. And in fact, most of the Palestinians who are Islamic, who are Muslim, they are primarily Sunni as well. I think something like 97%. And then you've got the Shiites. They're the next largest group. Well, the Shiites are concentrated in just a handful of places, the down in Yemen, but primarily in Iran. Iran, even though there are conflicts between the Shiites and the Sunnis, Iran respects the Islamic traditions of the Sunnis. And so they have been the ones sending troops and all kinds of support into these nations that Israel has been trying to knock off, sending them in, supporting the efforts to stop the radicals like ISIS, which was funded by, backed by the Saudis, backed by the Israelis, backed by the CIA. Who do you think defeated ISIS? You think it was Donald Trump that defeated ISIS? It was General Qasem Soleimani of Iran. He's the one who defeated ISIS through coordinating the various militias over there, supporting the resistance in Iraq, in Syria. It was Soleimani. And that's why Netanyahu wanted Soleimani dead. And that is why Donald Trump backed this scheme and helped Israel to assassinate Soleimani. Trump was an idiot, though. He did not know. Because I don't know. I don't know how he didn't know what a snake that Netanyahu is. But in the hours before the operation to assassinate Soleimani, who was Iranian, but he was visiting Iraq on Iraqi soil at the invitation of the Iraqi government, when he was killed, when he was drone striked. But they backed out. Israel, who is the Netanyahu who got Trump in on this to begin with, got it all set up, got Trump to go along with it. In the hours before that, he backed out and said, Israel doesn't want any part of this, but you go ahead. The operation was kind of already in motion, so Trump went ahead with it, killed Soleimani, and then Iran, he wasn't expecting the response. Iran popped off a bunch of ballistic missiles. They did give the United States fair notice and said, this is what we're going to do. But they ended up striking a U.S. Air base and causing concussions, what do they call it? A form of brain damage to 100 U.S. troops. Trump did not retaliate after that, even though it injured a lot of U.S. troops, over 100 of them. Let me go back here and see. I may have to go silent for just a second while I get set up. What I'm hoping to do is, let me see if there's a way I can get on Twitter here. I may be able to find some. Let me see here. I'd like to go to Twitter and get this set up, but how can I do it? Bear with me just a moment. It's been so long since I've done live streaming. I'm not even sure at this point what I'll let me get signed in here to something. And we'll go through some of this social media stuff together. Let's see here, Iran. Oh, not there. I open this in a new tab. that. I'm just gathering a bunch of different sites that I like to look at here. Some different social media accounts and things. We'll just look and see. We should be able to get some videos up here in a second. All right, I'm going to switch over here, and then I'm going to move this window around a little bit. So I make it bigger. Let's see. Let me make that go away. Whoops, wrong one. Make that go away. All right. Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear the audio from my Twitter page here. Give me a thumbs up or something so I'll know going forward. Okay, all right. Got confirmation there, so let me go through some of this. All right, the spokesman for the armed forces declared that the Zionist enemy in the United States will pay a heavy price, adding that Iran will unleash a powerful response against the Zionist regime. Here is something from the Ayatollah. It says, in the name of Allah, the merciful, the great nation of Iran, at dawn today, the Zionist regime unleashed its dirty and bloody hand on a crime in our beloved country, revealing its evil nature more than ever before by striking residential centers. The regime should expect severe punishment. All right. This one says targeted Iranian nuclear sites. Breaking new explosions on the outskirts of Tehran. Press TV. I've appeared on Press TV a handful of times. Israeli forces reportedly carries out airstrikes on, what is that, Kernersville province in Iran. Okay. From the Iranian military Twitter feed, Zionist terrorists have massacred civilians in Tehran, including innocent children. Guys, listen, I'm just scrolling through Twitter here, and I don't know in advance what we're going to be seeing. So let me give fair warning. Two things. One, I probably am going to have to, after the live stream, not pull some of this down if we have images that are graphic that could get flagged. But also for you guys, listen, apologize if there are some graphic stuff that we come across. If there's anything gruesome, I'll try and skip past it. But, you know, that's just how it is. This is live. I can't really pre-screen it. Let's see. So here's someone cheering the killing Additional 11 minutes ago, additional Israeli airstrikes reported against Iran. Congressman Sarah Jacobs says Israel's strikes risk not only a war with Iran, but a larger regional war. Both sides need to de-escalate immediately. You know what, with respect, Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, Iran should de-escalate after they have struck back. If you let someone like Israel, and this applies to us as individuals, if you let someone come and smack you in the face or kick your children or set your house on fire or something, and you're just like, we should de-escalate. Hell no. You fight back. You defend yourself. You defend your people. You defend your family. So no, there should be no de-escalation at this point. Hopefully there will be de-escalation. But Israel is still out there killing Iranians. How the hell do you de-escalate while someone is attacking you? You bloody moron. All right. But we'll see a lot of this. We'll see a lot of this kind of talk of, oh yeah, everybody just calm down. Israel should be able to go around and wage war and do this crazy stuff, but, Iran, stand down. Don't escalate. U.S. braces for protests as troops mobilized for crackdown. You know what? I almost said in the video that I put out today, this evening, the video was about the thing that happened, the DHS meeting, press conference today. And I was talking about how, I'm no Democrat, but I empathize with the concerns of some of the Democrats, because there's actually a heck of a lot of Republicans, more quietly than the Democrats, but a lot of Republicans saying a lot of the same stuff, which is, we elected Trump, but damn, some of this stuff he's doing, deploying the U.S. military to the streets for this, giving the U.S. military authority to stop and detain, arrest, and question American citizens. Not talking about the illegals, talking about Americans out there protesting. You can arrest them. Meanwhile, Kristi Noem had a Predator drone flying over the riots. What the hell is going on in America here? Be a Trump supporter all you want to. I agree that we need to get control of illegal immigration. But this, guys, back before Trump became president and, won in 2016, I remember very well, and I'm sure you guys do too, because a lot of you have been around for years watching this stuff. It was very common during the Obama years for Republicans to express fear and concern about the potential for the U.S. president to declare martial law and use the U.S. military against the American people. There was a lot of concern, for example, during the Boston Marathon bombing, when the FBI went out there and was going door to door demanding people's guns from their homes. A lot of people were saying, we don't like to see the federal government getting in here doing this stuff. And that's one of the reasons that Trump got so much support, because Americans were sick of that kind of stuff. The slow creeping infringement of the federal government into our lives, right? That's why people supported Donald Trump. They didn't like this stuff. They didn't like the FBI staging places to assassinate people like Lavoy Finicum. They didn't like, after Hurricane Katrina years ago, the federal government, FEMA, and others going around confiscating people's guns when they're just trying to defend their homes from looters. But once Trump became president, his first term was not so bad with this stuff. But since he has taken over, by this point, the Republican Party, not everyone, of course, but the majority of the people, especially the diehard Trump supporters, have become so brainwashed that they are watching Donald Trump do far worse than the things they were expressing fears that Obama might do. Trump is doing it. But because he's their guy, despite the fact that he's a Democrat, a lifelong liberal New York City pro-abortion, anti-gun rights liberal Democrat who partied with Jeff Epstein for years, who's like, I want to be president. He failed in 88 to get he had a stalled effort in 88, didn't go anywhere. In 2000, did you know that Donald Trump tried to get the Reform Party nomination in 2000, but Pat Buchanan beat him? Everyone thinks that, he doesn't like people to know about his failures. And so he flipped parties again because he wasn't going to beat the Democrats. He knew Clinton was going to get the Democrat nomination, so he had to run as a Republican. And when he was first out there in 2015 on the campaign trail, he was saying all kinds of stuff that was pissing people off. The Republican voters, they didn't like Trump, not initially, but Steve Bannon was there coaching him, telling him, no. Stop griping about the Christian conservatives who are against Planned Parenthood, which is what Trump was doing on the campaign trail. Stop praising Planned Parenthood, Donald Trump. And so then Trump starts to make modifications, and he is a good showman. He knows how to manipulate. He is the P.T. Barnum of our day. He's a genius in that respect. And so he remade himself as a conservative. And he started saying the right things. And he got people riled up. Fight, fight, fight. Hate the Democrats. Hate what they're doing. And so people have become brainwashed. He got in there. He didn't build the wall. He didn't do any of these things he promised you MAGA supporters he was going to do. He gave amnesty to the DACA kids. He did not stop any wars at all. He increased drone strikes in Syria. He increased drone strikes in Afghanistan. He did the very opposite of all of the things he promised you he was going to do. And you guys did this. So here he is participating in a war with Iran. Who knows how that's going to go? He's out there putting U.S. troops on the streets, going after American citizens in the name of border protection. Let me say this. I won't use the word dumbass. I was going to. You are not too bright if you think Donald Trump is real serious about protecting our borders, given the fact that he barely tried in his first term to lock down the border. Border crossings went up. Did you know that? Statistically verifiable. He built 69 miles of new border wall, and that was it. That was it. 69 miles out of 1,861 miles that he promised to do. He did 69 miles. If he was serious about border control, we'd have that wall. That's what he'd be out there doing, rallying the people to build that wall, build the wall. Instead, he is using these things. I said in that video, or at least it's in my notes that when I was writing that video earlier, I said, this stuff, this immigration stuff, it's a distraction. It's a smokescreen. It is meant to divert attention away from what is coming. Oh, no. I put it on. Look at this. Well, let me see here. Mm, 6 hours ago. This is before, let me make sure you can see this. This was before I knew about this. I said Trump's insane tariff debacle and resulting damage to Americans resulted in him trying to distract the people by launching controversial immigration raids. Now that that is backfiring on him, surely you know what he'll do next to try and distract attention away, right? Hashtag Iran war. So, let me see if I can get an update here on anything new going on. Israel continues attacking Iran, according to AFP news agency. Breaking, fresh explosions heard in Iran capital, state TV reports. Germany to give, that's related to Ukraine. Let's see, good threat on why. Oh yeah, Israel attacks were not preemptive, they were preventative. Israel has a right to defend itself. Good job, Speaker Mike Johnson. Looking for anything new. Let me switch over here and see if I've got anything from the Zionists. Nope, not that. Hour ago. Come on now, what's going on? Why are we not getting anything from these people? Not a whole lot of video coming out yet. Iranian ballistic missile site in Tabriz, Iran, reportedly hit by Israeli forces this morning. Major secondary explosions seen. Israeli occupation police desecrate the holy Al-Aqsa Mosque in occupied Jerusalem and expel Palestinian worshippers from it. The IAEA is closely monitoring the deeply concerning situation in Iran. Agency can confirm Natanz site among targets. The agency is in contact with Iranian authorities regarding radiation levels. We are also in contact with our inspectors in the country. The truth is, guys, they can't hit these sites. They are so deep in the ground. The only way that they can destroy the Iranian sites is with tactical nukes. That's the only way. They can do damage to the outsides and things like that. But you cannot destroy their nuke sites. They are too deep in the ground. You would have to have bunker-busting tactical nukes. IDF informal statement. Israel has launched attack to damage nuclear program. IAF continues to attack Iran about 3 hours after the opening strike. One of the main targets of the attack is the uranium enrichment site in Natanz, about 300 kilometers south of Tehran. Production halls for tens of thousands of centrifuges are at a depth of about 20 meters, 20 m. The site has been hit 3 times by cyber attacks and explosions. It will be important to know if the second site was attacked. Let's see here. Panic in Qasr Shireen, right on the Iraqi border, as Israeli bombs are landing on or right next to the highway. Yeah, Israel's really defending themselves, aren't they? Look at this self-defense. Major fire continues to burn at Iran's Natanz nuke facility following multiple explosions at the site. Supreme Leader Khamenei, the Zionist entity must prepare to pay a painful price. No declaration of war yet. Joe Truzman, IDF has revealed that Iran is rapidly advancing toward acquiring a nuke. Recent intelligence shows Iran is producing large amounts of enriched uranium, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we've heard that before. More waves of strikes. Absolute chaos over the Middle East as airlines clear Iraqi, Jordanian, Israeli, Syrian, and Iranian airspace. Some very unlucky flights forced to take massive diversions. Israel has to expect a strong response. This is the war Benjamin Netanyahu wanted to remain in power. He got it. Yeah, you can expect to see on Fox News and everywhere else all of the Republicans and many of the Democrats who are in the pockets of the Zionist lobby, The people who have political power, not because we elected them, but because they got enough money from the Zionist lobby, they're going to be out there beating the drums of war. With this insane attack tonight, Netanyahu has checked every single box easily predicted when the Biden team gave him a blank check and air cover with use of U.S. weapons with no regard to his war crimes and his obvious need to use the moment for his own political survival. Absolutely. If you can still see me out there, give me a second. I'm reopening here my stream. I asked my wife last night sometimes when my stuff goes blank, I think that I am cut off from you guys and that you're not getting a stream anymore. So I just have to reload here to make sure. Trust me, I'm going to go on some good rants here in a little while. I'm just trying to, get my ducks in a row here with this streaming stuff. There's Tehran. Yeah, conflicting reports about the Iranian Republican National Guard chief of staff of the military, Bagheri. Israel says they killed him. Iran is saying, nope, he's just fine. Rashida Tlaib, the Israeli government bombing Iran is a dangerous escalation that could lead to regional war. War criminal Netanyahu will do anything to maintain his grip on power. We can't let him drag our country into a war with Iran. Our government must stop funding and supporting this rogue genocidal regime. I hate her politics. I don't like Rashida Tlaib, but she is always spot on in her criticism of Netanyahu. Unconfirmed reports of general mobilization. Video shows destruction caused to a residential apartment in Tehran following an Israeli strike. Let's look at this. Wait a second. Sorry, guys, I'm on the wrong... Give me a second here. I know you can't see that, so let me fix this. I apologize. Had the wrong screen up. Here, give me a second while I fix that. I've got a list of some Zionist accounts too. We'll check these guys out in a second. Israeli security official says they are fully coordinated with U.S. Central Command. Look at this. Here's freaking Lindsey Graham. Game on. Pray for Israel. one of the biggest neocon warmongers in Congress, Lindsey Graham. Iran's supreme leader is alive, being continuously briefed about the situation. Security source told Reuters following an attack. All right. Now, Fars news agency is saying that Bagheri is dead, so who knows what the truth is on that. Mehdi Hassan saying, so does Iran have a right to defend itself? Lenny, I'm glancing over from time to time here in the chat. I'm not watching it real closely, but I'm looking a little bit there. Mostly just trying to get caught up here with the basics of what's going on. The Israelis are calling this a preemptive strike. So incredibly stupid. Preemptive strike. No signs whatsoever that Iran was getting ready to attack Israel. But this is preemptive. Israeli official tells the Jerusalem Post there was full and complete coordination with the Americans. Look, Mike Johnson's still out there tweeting in support of Israel. Iranian military website, look at this. Blood for blood. Let's see if this, what Khamenei's saying here. With this, are there others? With this crime, the Zionist regime prepared for itself a bitter and painful fate, and it will definitely receive it. The powerful hand of the Islamic Republic's armed forces will not abandon him, God willing. Several commanders and scientists were martyred in the enemy attacks. Their successors and colleagues will immediately resume their duties, God willing. Not a whole lot of video yet. There will be, as time goes on here, we're going to see more video. White House schedule for Friday, 11 a.m. President attends a national security meeting. The Israeli Air Force has so far carried out 5 waves of strikes in Iran, a military official tells the Times of Israel. Hundreds of strikes have been carried out in total. The IDF said earlier it was striking Iranian nuclear sites, military sites, and top military and nuclear officials. Israeli media continuing to say Iran strikes are in coordination with the United States. Iranian media reports that the government will declare all-out war in the coming hours. What do you guys think about that? Tell me in the comments there, and I'll read some of them. Share with me what your feelings are about Iran at this point. Does Iran have the right, obligation to declare war against Israel and wage war against Israel? And along with that, given that the United States has participated in this, greenlit it, and helped the Israelis with the strikes, does Iran have the right to attack U.S. bases in the Middle East, even if it's going to kill American soldiers? You know, these are difficult issues. Yeah, is that even a question, Jake, with all due respect? I know. I mean, you know what my position on this is. I believe absolutely that Iran has a right to fight back. Now, how would this play out? I've done reports on this in the past. As far as a fight between Israel and Iran, first of all, that's kind of ridiculous. There is no fight between Iran and Israel. There is only a fight between Iran and the United States of America on behalf of Israel. That's the problem. Iran can defeat Israel up until the point of a nuclear strike by Israel. That would end it. But Iran cannot take on the United States in a long-term war. We've got too much firepower. But let's compare real quick. Neither side has any significant navy. Iran's got 19 subs. Israel's got 5 subs. No big deal there. But here's where the significant thing is, the ground army. Iran has 1 million people in its army. Israel has about 600,000. So you're looking at a difference of almost 500,000 soldiers. But that's with Israel, which they have mandatory military service. I saw everywhere I went when I was in Israel, everywhere you go, you've got 18-year-old kids in their military uniforms because they're all conscripted. Everyone's required to spend a couple years in the military. So yeah, Israel's got 600,000 soldiers. But as soon as they start bleeding out, they've got nothing to pull from. Iran has a population of 77 million people that they can pull from. Israel's only got 9 million people in its population. So if this came down to a ground war, Iran has got the forces easily. But this is not the olden days. This is not how they do it. It's not the send out your troops, send out my troops, and they meet on the battlefield and fight. Look at all of the distance between Iran and Israel. It's like, I don't know, 1,500 kilometers. So they're not going to be meeting face to face in a ground war. And that's the problem for Iran. Iran they've got 4,000 tanks. Israel's only got 2,000 tanks. Iran upgraded their systems to Soviet-era T-72s. Israel's got their Merkaba high-tech stuff, but Iran's got 8,500 armored vehicles. Israel's only got 7,000. Iran has significantly more artillery and a whole lot more rocket launch systems than Israel. Iran's got 70 to 80,000 rockets. But the problem for Iran is that ground forces don't matter if you can't get them over there to Israel. And this is where Israel has an advantage. Iran has about 160 aircraft. They use the F-14 Tomcats. That's kind of their fastest, I think. But Israel has got 241 aircraft. And theirs are superior than the Tomcats. They've got Israeli F-35Is, I think it is. So they, in a war, they would strive to achieve air superiority. They would use their advanced sensor targeting. They would try and carry out long-range attacks. They've got better defensive stealth tech. And so when it comes to a dogfight, Israel's going to win. But beyond that, unless Iran could get over there and take out their Air Force could also stop Iranian ground forces from moving all the way over to Israel. Unless it was just going to be a sheer numbers thing. Iran could always just keep pulling in more and more people to put them in the military and keep sending them over, and it'd be like a meat grinder. But so let's talk about missiles real quick. Iran has 5 different long-range ballistic missiles that can hit Israel. They've got their Shahab-3. These carry the 1,000-kilogram warheads. They've got Khorramshahr 1, 2, and 4. Those can travel up to 3,000 kilometers. Now, Iran has had these all along. They could have hit Israel at any point that they wanted to. Israel's saying, oh, this is a preemptive thing that we're doing. You idiots. Iran could have been striking you anytime it wanted to. And even with the Iron Dome defense system, the sheer number of missiles that Iran could launch and their drones that they could launch would overwhelm Iron Dome. So, anyway, the reason that Israel went after, the reason that Netanyahu went after Hezbollah was because he knew he was going to go to war with Iran. He knew one way or another he was going to get Trump into a war, whether in the first term or the second term. And even if he couldn't do that, if Biden was in office, I've got something hanging on my hat there. Even if Biden was in office, Biden's not going to stop him. Biden's a, well, I won't say a wimp. Let me put it that way. But because Hezbollah was largely supplied with weapons by Iran, it was imperative with Hezbollah right up there on the northern border of Israel. You first have to take out Hezbollah as best as you can before you can carry out a big attack on Iran, because Hezbollah would be activated, Hamas would be activated, the Houthis would be activated. So that's the main reason. It had nothing to do with Gaza. The main reason that Netanyahu did what he did to degrade Hezbollah was in preparation for a war with Iran. So I don't know what we're going to see from Iran in its initial attack. Iran has traditionally, they say a lot. Iran always says, we're going to absolutely annihilate you, Israel, when it comes to this kind of thing. And then what they do is a very measured, proportionate response, because they don't want this to explode, because it's not going to do good for anyone. But at this point, you attack their nuclear sites. You do it with the help of the United States. Are they finally going to let loose? What they did that a year ago, whenever it was, when they had they launched a bunch of missiles. They waited until the United States had its carriers in place to help Israel intercept. They gave advance notice, and it was really just a show of force. They showed what they could do. And I remember feeling, like many of you probably did, extremely disappointed that Iran did not give. I understand their reason for it. But what I said then was, this is foolish. Israel doesn't care if you demonstrate whatever. They don't care about their own people. They don't care about anything. These maniacs at the top. What you have to do is send teams in there and pop off these leaders. Do your own version of the exploding pager attack, whatever you need to do. Get rid of these people, because they are willing to sacrifice their entire population to get what they want. I'm going to go back over here and check real quick, see if there's much new to look at. We'll go over here and look again. First sign that Israel hurt hard Iranian decision-making. It's been hours since Israel has started the attack, and still no attacks against Israel. That's how Iran does it. That's nothing new. I wouldn't expect a quick retaliation by Iran. They wait, they check to see what the damage is, and they try and give a proportionate response so that it doesn't escalate. That has been how they've done it in the past. I disagreed with it then, and I disagree with it now. I think that they need to hit Israel hard. They need to not spare the civilian population. They need to create so much trauma in the psyche of the Israeli people that the people will finally wake up and realize our maniac leader And these monsters running the government are going to get us all killed. So we will rise up and overthrow our own damned government if we have to get somebody sensible back in here. Unfortunately, since the October 7th attacks of 2023, they are so inflamed with a thirst for vengeance and blood, and there has been such a strangulation of information to the Israeli population, they don't even know how barbaric things are. They've got a good idea from a lot of it, but I talk to people all the time over in Israel, and even people who agree with me on stuff are shocked when I tell them the extent of what is happening, because their own news inside Israel doesn't report on it. There's only basically one major paper, Haaretz, that publishes much of what's going on, and even that is they have to be extremely restrained because Netanyahu will go in and shut them down. Iran Observer, I don't know, not a state-affiliated website, says that that Iran's atomic agency says Natanz reactor has been severely damaged. Let's hope that that's not true, because severe damage to a reactor, you don't want nuclear fallout spreading. Let's see if we can translate this real quick. When the country's entire defense policy is summed up in baseless boasting, the result is what we have been witnessing for the past few hours. I don't know the context here, but I would apply that to Iran. You can boast, you can talk, you can say all you want to, Ayatollah and everyone else. If you don't make good, this is what you get by giving such a tepid response to Israel's provocations previously. It guaranteed, and I said this back then, this guarantees that Israel's going to hit again, and this time they're going to hit even harder because they know they can get away with it. In my own life, I won't tell personal stories, but when I've had conflicts with maniacs, I try and be civil. I try and not escalate. I have learned in my own life, though, when you are dealing with crazy people, people who are not grounded in logic, that are self-deceiving, that live in a false reality, you cannot respond to them like you would someone else who may be an enemy. There are certain people where what you do is you respond with overwhelming force. You put them down so that they cannot rise up and hit you again. Fortunately, that's not the situation. Even in wars between nations, often that is not the situation. We're dealing with Israel, though. And these people are very, very different in their mentality. Let's see, what does this say? As I said last night before the attacks, Trump is much more corrupt, clueless, and confused than this, and is a rabbit in his sleep, and Netanyahu may do his thing in the meantime, and unfortunately he did. Iran has no choice but to respond quickly, firmly, and decisively. Only a strong response can change the game. Otherwise, they will not let Iran go. Recent Israeli strikes have concentrated on suppression of enemy air defenses and destruction of enemy air defense missions targeting Iranian radar installations and anti-aircraft systems. Well, that would be because Israel wants to keep carrying out more and more attacks. They want to take out Iran's defensive capabilities so that they can go in unencumbered in much larger forces. And let's see what else. Iran military This will not be a mere demonstration of will or technological capability. This time, our response will be lethal. Again, I hope that Iran does better this time. I hope that they learn their lesson that you have to use teeth. You cannot gum at Israel. And they're saying they're referencing what the Iranian military site is referencing is exactly what I was talking about a minute ago. They're referring to their previous attack, their retaliatory attack against Israel, where they were just showing we could hit you if we wanted. We'll see. I really, as much as I want to see Israel get a black eye over this, I so far Iran's responses when Israel degraded their militias in Syria, in Iraq, when they went after Hamas, when they went after Hezbollah, all of the proxies, Iran's response was not that tough. So we'll see. We'll see. My concern, of course, is that in the midst of all this, if Iran were to strike, I was just talking about this with someone a couple of days ago. If Iran were to try and strike anywhere close to Jerusalem, this, if I was a crazy Zionist, this would be the time to try and do major damage. If I was an Israeli terrorist who wants to see the third temple built or something like that, this would be the time to go and try and commit destruction against the Dome of the Rock. But what a lot of people don't realize is the Dome of the Rock, I've been there. It's not a little thing. I think it's like 60, the dome is like 65 feet from the ground. It's huge. You can't just hit it and destroy it. It would take an act of war. The Israeli military would have to hit the Dome of the Rock themselves with missiles to destroy it sufficiently enough to where they could say, all right, now we can go in and rebuild on this. Individual actors or even a group of a handful of people, say they try and drive up there or something, they can't do it. It's too big the way that it's built. You would have to have a military strike, missiles from a drone strike, or what you do is in advance, you get in there, you if they can shut it down long enough, and you may have to do it over a handful of incidents, but the Israeli security forces frequently go in there and drive out the Palestinians. If they could get people in there to pre-plant some things, 9/11, and wait until something like this happens, and then you blow it up from the inside, and then say, "Oh, it was an Iranian missile that hit it." They could try that, but I think that's a little too fantastical. I think the main thing is that Israel would maybe shoot off a couple Iron Dome missiles or something, or some kind of bigger ballistic missile, say that it misfired, and oops, it came down and hit the Dome of the Rock. Now, of course, what that would do is that would infuriate the entire Arab world. It would unite the Arab world. Not that I have great confidence that the Arab world would do much about it, unfortunately, looking at how everybody is rushing to try and normalize ties with Israel, how they've all turned their backs on the Palestinians. I'm not quite sure that the Gulf nations and others have the will to do much. But if anything were to unite the Arab world against Israel in a meaningful, substantive way, it would be attacking the Dome of the Rock. You'd have the Persians, you'd have the Arabs, you'd have the Egyptians, you'd have a lot of the Turks, you'd have these different groups that would unite together, because you don't do that. You don't do that. Let's see. Let me refresh again. Any new developments? Nothing significant there. The IDF is putting out propaganda about how Iran is nearing the point of no return in its race toward a nuclear weapon. It's funny because every single time Netanyahu speaks about this, no matter what year it is, they're always weeks to months away from a nuclear bomb. Every single time. It's the boy who cried wolf times 1,000. I mean, how stupid do you have to be to continue to believe Netanyahu when he says that, oh, yep, they're... Now, at this point, Iran would be kind of foolish not to race to get a nuclear weapon because look at what... If you can't trust the Americans, if the Americans are going to be treacherous in the way that Donald Trump has been with Iran, having negotiations while secretly working... This didn't come together overnight. They've been planning this for a while. Guaranteed. Trump has known about this, and publicly he's been talking about, oh yeah, I think we're going to make a breakthrough this time. I think we're going to make a breakthrough. The Iranians have known all along he's full of crap. But still, he lied. He lied. As representative of the American people, he lied to Iran, giving Israel time to get ready. So disgusted by my government right now. Houthi, aid distribution sites in Gaza have turned into death traps for Palestinians. I did a video about that days ago. Let's look at this. Military targets struck in Tabriz. I think this is a video we saw before, but let me check it. Look at that. This is a ballistic missile depot in the mountains. Marco Rubio, little Marco, who Donald Trump supposedly hated but made him Secretary of State anyway, retweets Donald Trump saying, "We remain committed to a diplomatic resolution to the Iran nuclear issue. My entire administration has been directed to negotiate with Iran. They could be a great country, but they first must completely give up hopes of obtaining a nuclear weapon. Thank you for your attention to this matter." He sounds like such a moron. Who talks like that? Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, I'm telling my government, I'm telling my entire administration to negotiate with Iran. You know, buy us some time until my masters can carry out their attack. Let's see if the Zionists have come up with any new interesting tweets. No sound on this. This is the nuclear reactor in Tabriz. Israel official preparing for response in the next 2 hours. Israel should expect severe punishment is what Khamenei says. Iranian Atomic Agency chief says Natanz reactor has been destroyed. Let's see what else. Closure of airspace. Still not a lot coming out. Normally, with events of this sort, there's a load of video footage out, but not yet. Yeah, let's see what Tulsi Gabbard says. What Tulsi Gabbard needs to do is come out in severe condemnation of Donald Trump. Like a lot of you, I used to think it was a great idea for, this is years ago. I used to like that Gabbard was very principled on this. But man, did she betray people. Got her power, though, to become a Trumper. So she's in there. She didn't get any of the positions that she thought she was going to get. But she's in there. If she's got any honor at all, she'll get out there and she will publicly attack Trump for this and possibly even offer her resignation. It's not like she's in a position to do anything anyway. She's got no power. She's got no authority to do anything significant there. Trump would fire her if she speaks out against him. Yeah, she ought to do that. She ought to force his hand, make him fire her. Before I kind of switch gears here and talk about some other stuff related to Israel and Iran, I'm looking in the chat now. Do any of you know of any significant news about this Iran stuff that we should be looking at or sharing? Everybody knows Western media is just a megaphone for Israeli lies and propaganda. Americans don't have any clue as a whole, no clue what's going on in Gaza, what has been going on in Gaza. They don't know what precipitated the October 7th attacks because our press does not do their damn jobs. Why do you think that the Anti-Federalists, Patrick Henry and the others, demanded you had two big factions. You had the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists while they were crafting the U.S. Constitution. And the Federalists thought the Constitution as it was more than sufficient. The Anti-Federalists said, you're crazy. Handful of years down the road, and this centralized monstrosity you're creating is going to be infringing on the rights of the people. And so it was the Anti-Federalists who said, we will obstruct passage and ratification of this Constitution until you agree to simultaneously add the Bill of Rights. And the very first of those 10 amendments outlines 5 things. And among the 5 things is the freedom of speech, but freedom of the press is the second. Why? Of all the industries in the world, all professions, why single out the press? It's because the press is the way that the American people, or any people, can hold their government accountable. If you don't know what's happening, how can you know what to do? How can you do the right thing if you don't know what the truth is? And once upon a time, even in my lifetime, most of the press, it was an honorable profession. But as we got into the 90s, especially, and we started to have the emergence of corporate media, big news outlets where they got to run 24 hours a day, and the way that those companies, those corporations make money is through advertising dollars. Well, now it's the advertisers who dictate to the news agencies what they are allowed to talk about, what they are allowed to report on, what perspectives to present, and so forth. And so you have the change happen pretty quickly, where news goes from being an honest profession, where you had people like my grandfather, who was a Pulitzer-nominated investigative journalist, going after the mafia and others. And now you've got CNN, Fox News. They don't present real truth. They are entertainment. It is the fusion or the mingling of some news with propaganda meant to cater to a certain demographic that is appealing to the advertisers that fund that particular news company. And that's why there's a very specific flavor to CNN, to MSNBC, to Fox News, because they're not about reporting the news. They're about presenting personal opinions and manufactured opinions. And you have intelligence agencies like the CIA that are more easily now able to infiltrate and program the minds of the people by manipulating what the news is or what the perspectives are that are presented. And so when you have a largely Zionist establishment that is controlling the news industry with their money through their investments, do you think that those news corporations are going to be telling the general population the truth about what Israel is doing, for example? No, absolutely not. This is exactly the problem. It has created a problem that the founding fathers, or at least some of them, foresaw, which is why they wanted the freedom of the press in there. What they did not foresee was how crony capitalism was going to take this and build it into basically propaganda outlets. Now, there are people like, later on, we had writers like George Orwell who saw this, wrote 1984. Ministries of truth are now a real thing. And so people don't know what's going on. And just like they don't know what's going on in Gaza or in Palestine in general, they don't know what's going on in Ukraine, and they don't know what's going on in this conflict between Israel and Iran. The media and the politicians who are similarly bought off by the Zionist lobby, they are bombarding the public with messages about how Israel has a right to defend itself, the only democracy in the Middle East. They're just, they're the poor victims from World War II, and they just want to defend themselves. And they have no choice but to preempt Iran because they're on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon. And all Iranians are anti-Semites, and they just want to carry out a new Holocaust and kill every last Jew in the world. And so we have no choice but to go over there and bomb them and kill the Iranians first. And the American people lap it up because they don't know how to think critically anymore. They don't know. They don't even know that they're being brainwashed. And I tell this, and I have been telling this to Trump supporters for years. Look, I don't have hardly any Democrats who watch my stuff because I've got a very conservative right paradigm personally, and that's what I put into this stuff. So I don't have a lot of Democrats. So I'm constantly talking to who does listen to me, and that is Republicans primarily, and a lot of independents. But Republicans. And I keep telling you guys, I've told you all along, you can have your values, you can have your conservative beliefs without ceding over to Donald Trump or to the party or to the MAGA movement. Your ability to think critically, your ability to question everything that you're hearing, everything that you're being told. Question, stay skeptical, wonder what these elite billionaires who are running the Republican Party today are trying to get from you. And if you don't question these people and you give your unfettered loyalty to a party or a cult leader, you're good for nothing. You have just become an NPC automaton. You are just a little pawn. You have been taken out of the equation. You are now over there. Don't need to worry about you anymore. It's people like me. It's people like a lot of you who are watching me because we share the same kind of perspective on these things. We are the enemy. That's why we are the ones, our channels are the ones that get suppressed and shut down. The James Corbetts, the Jake Morphonioses, we are the ones that get targeted. Is Fox News getting shut down? Are the big MAGA channels getting shut down? Are the Rachel Maddow's and the far left maniacs over there among the progressives and Democrats, are they getting shut down? No. It's those of us in the middle who are independent thinkers, who are not mental slaves to these two monstrosities they call political parties. We are the threat because we don't let them tell us how to think. You are the threat. You are the threat, and that is why MAGA will attack you. That is why the Democrats will attack you. The Democrats, they'll call you racists. The Republicans, they'll call you libtards. You know you're doing something right when you equally piss off the extremists on the left and right. And man, am I good at that. That's one of my specialties. Because I am not going to let anyone tell me how to think. And I have my eyes wide open. My eyes have been wide open for much of my life. I do not trust power. I do not trust the politicians who have power and tell me how I need to live my life. Tell me I'm not an American because I don't side with them on whatever nutcase thing they've come up with. It's an illusion. They are manipulating you. They are controlling you. They are controlling how you think. And when they can control how you think, they control what you say and how you behave. And when they can do that, especially with the social media we have now, and that's kind of the new public square. If they control how you think and program you and get you to participate in that groupthink, now you go out, you're infected with their mental virus, and you go out on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, wherever, and you regurgitate like a dog vomiting the same crap that you have been taught. You go out and you repeat that. You know what trending topics are on Twitter? It's a bunch of people who don't know what the hell they're talking about, repeating the same thing over and over because they saw someone else say it. I have a low opinion of the masses in general because of groupthink. And I keep telling you guys, stick with me. Sometimes I'll say something that's not accurate. If someone points it out, I correct it. I don't care. If I report something that's inaccurate, I want to be on the side of what is correct. I want to adopt and integrate whatever the truth is. What I don't want to do is say, oh, damn, somebody just pointed out I made a factual error here. How can I shut that person up? How can I call them a name and shame them so they'll go away? How can I insult them and berate them? Or maybe get others to join in with me to bully them? I don't do that. And neither should you. What you should do is say, oh crap, I screwed that one up. Yeah, actually, that's right. And here's how I'm going to integrate it into what I already know and move forward. That's what I think any intellectually honest and emotionally stable person would do. But that is not what I see from the MAGA cult. Doesn't matter what Donald Trump does. It doesn't matter how deeply he stabs them in their backs, how deeply he betrays them. They're still going to support him because they have given over their personal autonomy for someone else to direct. And that is why Americans don't know what's going on in Iran. And that's why, like, I'm sitting here going through some different, I keep a lot of different, on Twitter, you can make lists of accounts. I have, on all major issues that I look at, I form multiple lists of accounts. One list, for example, this, a lot of accounts that are pro-Iranian. And then I have a lot of accounts that are pro-Israel. And when something comes up, I look at both sides. What is this side saying? What is this side saying? And then I weigh that against my own understanding, and I integrate all information that is worthy, that is true, that is correct. I dust off the chaff of their personal opinions that manipulate the facts. I just take the facts and I make of that whatever suits my paradigm. I have bias. Everyone has bias. But I strive to be as unbiased as I can so that I can think for myself and so forth. And that is why, in the case with Iran, I don't like the Iranian regime. I hope that the time will come that the people are able to rise up and demand a secular government and get a secular government and not be ruled by a theocracy. I want that for the people of Iran. I think it'll be better when you have religious plurality or at least secularism. Have all the religion you want, but not a theocratic government. I think that'll be good for Iran. I think that morality police going around whacking women because they're not wearing the right clothes or whatever, that's not good. But on the broader, when you pull the focus back and look at the bigger issue, I firmly support Iran's right to choose whatever form of government they want. If the majority of the people support a theocratic government, so be it. I think it should be different, but if that is what the people want, fine. No problem. If they choose that for themselves. I think that Iran has an absolute right to defend itself. I think that I wish that the United States was not beholden to Israel, and more appropriately, beholden to the same parties who are invested in Israel are the ones that control our politicians. The Bilderberg group is meeting now, or getting ready to. These elites shape the world in their own image. Anyway, let me take a quick look back over here. I'll flip us back over and take a look to see if there's any news here. And then also, let's see. I know you can't see the full screen here. I'll read what I can see. Israel attacked at least 6 military bases around Tehran. Multiple residential buildings targeted assassinations. Commander of Revolutionary Guard killed. At least 4 senior officials dead. Natanz nuclear facility struck. Mossad leads series of secret operations. IDF says at the end there will be no nuclear threat. USA helped lull Iran into belief no action was imminent. The headlines here on Drudge. Israel attacks Iran, sirens wail, full war risk, Operation Rising Lion report, USA could join. Let's read this real quick. And I apologize, no, you can't see this whole screen. Let me just read you what I'm seeing here. The White House is closely monitoring developments, with officials suggesting U.S. involvement could follow a successful Israeli opening. And I do think that what's going to happen is as soon as Iran does strike back, I think Trump's going to go in with, he could even send in stealth bombers. I think Trump, since he has no one there anymore, holding him back like he did in the first term. He's got no intelligent advisors. He's got Fox News idiots like Hegseth as his Secretary of Defense. He's got nobody to restrain him or give him good counsel. I think he's going to go in for a shock and awe and just try and obliterate Tehran. According to assessments, Iran is likely to retaliate with a massive launch of ballistic missiles, potentially hundreds, in a direct attempt to overwhelm Israeli defenses. This first wave of retaliation could occur within hours. Israeli military experts estimate that the current campaign may last several weeks, depending on the scope of Iran's response and Israel's strategic goals. During this period, further Israeli strikes are expected, particularly against additional nuclear facilities still operational in Iran. Beyond these, Iran maintains dozens of missile production sites scattered throughout the country, some located in deep underground bunkers up to 500 meters beneath the surface. Iran also operates facilities for fuel enrichment and weapon-grade material processing. According to Israeli military correspondent Yoav Zitun, the United States is expected to take a supportive role in the ongoing campaign. While Washington may not initially engage in direct strikes, American logistical and intelligence support is believed to be already in motion. Should Israel's initial strike waves prove successful, U.S. military involvement may increase, potentially transitioning to joint operations against remaining strategic targets. And that, my friends, is exactly why Iran needs to strike back hard. If Iran hits Israel and does it in a crushing way, Trump will know, if I get involved, it's full-scale war. Full-scale war, not just with Iran. This is going to be the whole region, potentially turning into a world war. And that will be his legacy. This is why Iran needs to hit back hard and not hold back. Hey, Squirrel and Wesson. Good to see you. I was hoping to talk to you the other day, but I saw you in the comments. Let's see here. Let me go back over and see what else we've got. Iran has now confirmed Bagheri is dead, the chief of staff of the armed forces of Iran. This is what a credible military threat to Iran's regime looks like. An example of coercive diplomacy. Well played, Trump administration, well played. Breaking, U.S. official says the United States still intends to have nuclear talks with Iran on Sunday. Can you believe the audacity? Dirty. Trump is dirty. But Iran, I think that Iran knew this. I think this is why Iran, with these nuclear talks, they were saying, look, give us something serious and we'll negotiate. but we can tell you're not serious. You're just screwing us. You're trying to, and we're not going to let you. Iran Foreign Ministry says it's impossible that Israel carried out aggression without U.S. permission and coordination, and that is absolutely true. This moron says Israel didn't start this. It stepped into a pressure cooker built by Tehran, powered by Moscow, and watched by Beijing. Okay. U.S. worried Iran's retaliation would be mass casualty event. Okay, we're starting to get some pictures here of what Iran damage in Iran. That's a residential building. Israel is striking the civilian population of Iran. Israel coordinated its strikes on Iran's regime with the Trump administration. The takes about Israel defying President Trump were wrong. When President Trump means zero enrichment, he means zero enrichment. When he gave Iran a deadline, he meant it. And that's what I was saying. Trump, in fact, the short that I put out yesterday, let me see. Give me a second. Let me flip screens here a second. Let me see if I can find that. Oops. Hopefully this won't be too loud. This is what I put out yesterday. The United States is urgently evacuating personnel from key bases across the Middle East. It's because with Trump's hard deadline for nuke talks with Iran approaching next week, and these ongoing threats to help Israel launch a war against Iran if they don't capitulate, well, Iran is not giving in. They said this week that if they get attacked by the United States, they're going to retaliate, and they're going to strike in ways that are going to cause massive death tolls for the U.S. military in the region. And to put an exclamation point, the end of that promise, they just test-fired a ballistic missile today carrying a 2-ton warhead that's capable of hitting U.S. bases in the region. It can strike Israel's underground nuke facilities. All along, Netanyahu's been saying he's going to attack Iran. So the question is, can he trick Trump into war, as he's been trying to do for years? Stay tuned to Blackstone Intel for developments. So my point there, what I was trying to say last night is this hard deadline is coming up that Trump gave. And Trump is the kind of person who wants to look tough. That is extremely important. Going back to his, WWF days, he wouldn't play like a silly character. He wanted to be the guy out there. I'm sure you guys have seen the clips of Trump. Sorry, there's an ant on my desk here. Clips of Trump with Vince McMahon, WWF, and he shaves Vince McMahon's hair and gets on the floor and jumps on him and pounds on him. He's an actor. It's all an act, but that was predictable. It was predictable that with his deadline coming up, even though there was still negotiation yet to take place, another meeting scheduled, he was gonna hit hard. There's no way Trump was not going to hit hard because his reputation as a tough guy was on the line. And that is how he was tricked. Because there for a while, Trump genuinely thought that he could get Iran to the negotiating table and come out of it with a Nobel Peace Prize. Basically, what he started out trying to do was take Obama's JCPOA, the Iran deal, do almost the exact same thing, but he put his own name on it. That's what he started doing. Netanyahu was like, well, we're going to strike. And he said, no, not yet. Let me try this. because I want to get the friggin' Nobel Peace Prize. Same reason he thought he was going to get that by working out some deal between Zelensky and Putin, because he's an idiot. He thinks he can do this stuff. He's not self-aware. But it quickly became when Netanyahu visited the White House and Trump and him had this little tiff. They had a scheduled press conference and then they didn't have it because they had an argument. Netanyahu made it clear, you're gonna get in line on this. And the first thing is this Iran deal, you trying to repeat the Obama thing? No, stop that crap. Because you could see what happened was Trump shifted what originally they were pushing for to allow Iran to continue having nuclear development, not a bomb, but nuclear energy. Trump was very clear out there in the public saying this. But then suddenly the negotiations changed and it became, actually, you know what? No. No nuclear energy for you. No ifs, ands, or buts. This is a red line for the United States. You will have no nuclear program, even if it's for a monitored program for energy production for the country. Nothing. No. And at that point, I knew the Iran war is going to happen, because there's no way Iran's going to. It's just, you'd have to be a moron to think that Iran's going to agree to that. So Trump flip-flopped, and at that point, that is when Iran, what I could tell, because I was following the negotiations as much as we can from the open source information, and there was a marked change in the temperament, the disposition of the Iranians, and that's how you could tell what was being discussed behind closed doors. So at that point, it was clear this is going to happen sooner or later, and it just so happens that it's sooner rather than later. Let's take a look over here. See if we get any new photos or anything. Former Army Commander Rear Admiral Habibullah has been appointed as Chief of General Staff of Iran's Armed Services. So good. That's good that they're putting out publicly that they have already replaced the guy that got killed and they're moving forward. Chief of Staff of Iranian Armed Forces, martyred in Israeli aggression. Vahidi appointed as military commander-in-chief. And nothing new there. Then over with the pro-Zionist viewpoint. Secret Israeli security assessments over the last few weeks debated several operational plans against Iran, ultimately deciding on the most extreme scenario to strike a wide range of Iranian nuclear and military targets, as well as targeting senior Iranian officials. Now, make no mistake, this was an act of war. This was an overt, open act of war. If Iran does not formally declare war on Israel after this, forget it. I'm done giving them any consideration that maybe this time they'll do something. Maybe this time they'll get serious. If Iran does not declare war after this, an attack on their sovereign territory, hundreds of attacks, killing their civilians, killing their military leaders, probably targeting senior political leaders. If that is not an act of war, Iran, just hurry up and give your keys over to Israel and let them come over there and move into your place. Trump says that the United States will defend itself and Israel if Iran retaliates. Let me tell you, every one of you out there, if there is a rally in your area, an anti-war rally, get out there and support it. I don't care if you don't agree with the politics of the people organizing it. If it's a Black Lives Matter that organizes it, if it's left-wing progressive liberals that organize it, who cares? You don't have to agree with everybody about everything to stand together in solidarity on an issue of mutual concern. Get out there in the streets. Massive, massive numbers. Get out there. Because this is putting us on the path to global war. Israel is crazy. They have nukes, and I believe they will use them. Get out, participate, look for it. Look for don't wait and see, oh yeah, I heard they're actively be looking for protests being organized in your area. They will start out small. The initial ones are always small, just a handful of people, and you may feel I've done this so many times, I know the pattern. The first handful, it's just going to be the first people getting out there because no one wants to be the first. So you get a handful of people on a street corner waving signs, only 20 people. You may feel silly getting involved in that. Don't feel silly, because if you don't get out there in small numbers and link arms on this issue with people you may not agree with on other issues, then you're not going to have a movement develop. So get out there in the small groups. Then bigger groups will start. And then you'll start having large-scale groups. And almost certainly, they're not going to be Republicans organizing them. They're going to be Democrats. And so that means you might have to go to an event sponsored by people that you don't necessarily agree with on politics. But if you want to stop the progression of this, we have to get out there in large numbers. Contacting our politicians, absolutely contact them. I will be doing that. But that's not going to be it, because they don't care. What they need to see is a reason to be afraid. And the only thing politicians fear is losing power. The only way they're going to lose power if they see an angry population rising up against them. Peacefully, no violence, no property destruction. But out there screaming and demanding that the United States stop supporting Israel. Stop getting involved in this crap. Everybody knows, Democrats and Republicans knew that Netanyahu was going to drag America into war with Iran. And here we are. Doesn't matter how many times Trump told you he doesn't believe in foreign wars. Doesn't matter what he says. The United States is going to defend itself and Israel if Iran retaliates. I'm sorry. So how could you possibly argue that Iran does not have the right and the moral obligation to retaliate against the parties that just did this to their country? My big message to you guys in this, but also in the video I was putting up earlier about the thing in California, is that we have got to get to the point where we stop letting ourselves be turned against one another because of political factionism, because the Democrats say be against this and the Republicans say be against this, and we can't get together on anything. They're dividing us. Stop letting yourselves be divided. Stand together. And when that crisis is over, fine. Go back to the bickering about budgets and all of that crap. But when it comes to this, and the threat of my kids potentially being drafted, we're not there yet, but that's the direction we head. Nobody thought that anyone's going to be drafted when the United States was first getting involved militarily in Vietnam. Anyway. From Ellent News, Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor to Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei, was killed in the Israeli airstrikes. So a senior advisor to Khamenei. All right, let me turn the volume on here. Iran's Arak heavy water nuclear reactor has been targeted. Apex says Israel intends to keep up at its attacks against Iran until it feels the Iranian nuclear threat has been removed, Israeli sources tell CNN. AP, Iran's supreme leader said that Israel will face severe punishment after it launched strikes that targeted the country's nuclear program and left the leader of Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard dead. Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, still intends to have a sixth round of U.S.-Iran talks on Sunday. That's what I keep telling you. Is they were telling Iran, oh yeah, we're going to continue talks. Iran says Israeli attack has been carried out with full knowledge and support of wicked rulers in White House and terrorist U.S. regime. Think about it. If you were in Iran, would you not see the United States as a terrorist nation at this point? I mean, if they did this to us, if we were on the receiving end of all this, would you not think that this was state-level terrorism against your people? There's always a tweet. America should not be pressuring Israel to show restraint against Iran. We should be working to stop Iran's nuclear drive. That's from 2011, I guess. 9/11/11. Curious what the Vance Gabbard Hegseth signal chats are like tonight. I wonder how much Vance had to say about this, or if he was involved at all. More than likely. He's a toady that does whatever Trump tells him to do. Let me refresh. Anything new? Video and images. This guy is one of the worst. Oh, he's so awful. Bob Akhtakhvi. Video and images from the Azgul neighborhood of Tehran show an apartment building home to a nuclear scientist being targeted by Israel's Air Force. So same thing. Israel's doing to Iran the exact same thing that it does to Gaza. Oh yeah, we think that there's somebody here, and so we're just going to blow up the whole damn building and kill everyone. All of the families, all of the innocent parties, all of the women, all of the children. Screw them. We're going to kill them all. Because we want to get this one guy. In Andarzgu, one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Tehran, an apartment building was targeted and destroyed by the Israeli Air Force. More images of the building. This video shows a residential building in Tehran targeted by the Israeli Air Force. One of the apartment flats of the building is where an Iranian official lived.
اینجا رو زدن، اینجا رو هم زدن، این لویزانم زدن، پشتم زدن، پشت لویزانم زدن، اینجا رو زدن، اینجا رو هم زدن، این لویزانم.
It reads, at least 50 teams of Mossad carried out a simultaneous operation targeting IRGC terrorist officials, as well as key figures involved in Iran's nuclear program across the country. It all began last night when two missiles launched by the Israeli Air Force struck the homes of two officials in northeastern Tehran.
To Israel's very survival.
Try not to
Moments
barf.
ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival.
Did you hear that? Netanyahu himself just said it could be a year before they have a bomb. Isn't that very different from what the propaganda is? That they were just days away or a week away from being able to build a bomb? Did I hear that right? Maybe I misheard.
Enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months.
It could be a year. We don't know. Maybe a year from now. So screw any efforts to resolve this problem through diplomacy. We're just going to go ahead and bomb them and start a regional war that could spiral into a world war. I'm not allowed to say this on YouTube. But that guy, if I was Iran, I started studying Netanyahu's speeches back in the 90s. He was involved in doing everything he could to stop the progress for peace in the 90s when Clinton was trying to negotiate some kind of peace deal between the Palestinians, Yasser Arafat, and the Israelis. Netanyahu was not yet prime minister. I think he became prime minister in 96. Maybe it was after that. I know he was getting ready to run. But I read, I don't think I've got his books within reach. I think I've got them over here on a different shelf. But I read his books, and he makes good arguments. It's propaganda, but he's an intelligent man. But evil always has been deeply evil. And he has fooled a lot of people over the years. And the fact that he's still around after all of this, all of these years, the lives, how many hundreds of thousands of dead Palestinians are there because of Benjamin Netanyahu? And like Trump, he has to be in office to not go to jail. That's the only thing that's keeping him from prison right now. Because of the corruption trial. It wouldn't be a terribly long time that he'd have to serve. Who knows? Maybe he'd even get some kind of a suspended sentence. I don't know. But He could serve prison time. But while he's serving as prime minister, things are on hold. That's exactly why Trump had to get back in power to snuff out the cases against him. Some of them were not good cases, but still.
This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime.
Today, Israel has become the Nazi regime, perpetrating its own Holocaust.
Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel.
Yeah, I wonder why America is called the Great Satan. Could it maybe be because in 1953 we carried out Operation Ajax and we arrested their legally elected, democratically elected leader, Mohammad Mossadegh, a guy who booted out the foreigners that were exploiting Iranian oil, nationalized it, invested the money into the society, raising the standard of living for the Iranian people, leading to education and all kinds of improvements in society. The United States didn't like that Iran was actually using its own oil resources for itself instead of giving it to our capitalist corporations for their profit. So we went in there, the CIA overthrew the government and installed the Shah of Iran, built up his secret police force that disappeared countless thousands of Iranians over the next several years, and put the people back into a state of financial slavery to the West. I wonder why Iran calls us the Great Satan. Surely they have no justification to do that. Friggin' Netanyahu. Listen, I'll mention to you right now, I keep trying to, these super chats say that you can set a goal on here for super chat donations. Oh, here we go. All right, so I just started this super chat goal. It didn't let me put in what the reward is. What I'm going to do, and this would count for anyone who's already made a donation. I will give, the goal is 10 donations of $5 or more, but anyone who makes a donation of, I'll say $5. I was going to say $10, but anyone who makes a donation of $5 or more, if you will send me an email to jake@blackstoneintel.com, I'll write a personal letter to you and mail it in a day or two. So just as an incentive, hoping to get some more super chats in there, because even though I like discussing this stuff, it is something I'm trying to build and rebuild as an income for my family. Taking the time to do this stuff. Anyway, so super chat away. Let me go ahead. Let's try and listen to the last 2 or 3 minutes here of this guy.
Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history.
And that,
it claimed the
what
lives
he
of
just said, listen to him again. Let me back it up. Listen one more time what he's saying here.
And they got the worst war. Act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever.
What Netanyahu is saying here is correct, and I agree with him. What he is saying is that world leaders stood around twiddling their thumbs while they saw a threat growing that everyone recognized was a threat, and rather than act on it when they needed to, because they were afraid it could lead to conflict, military conflict, they instead followed a path of appeasement, thinking that this dangerous party was just going to maybe resolve itself and calm down. But the mistake was that world leaders watched it. They did nothing, even though the signs were there. And in the end, they didn't just get a small military conflict. They got a global war that culminated in atomic bombs being dropped on Japan. So Netanyahu is right. The difference is today's Nazi Germany is Zionist Israel. World leaders know that these people that run the government of Israel are genocidal maniacs. We look at what they do. We look at what they did to Syria. We look at what they have done to Yemen. We look at what they have done to the Palestinians, what they've done to Lebanon, to Iraq, what they're doing to Iran. And the world leaders are sitting by going, tisk, tisk, tisk. But you know what? We don't want to inflame. We don't want to make things worse. We are following the exact same path of appeasing an extremist, fascist government. And in so doing, we are setting things up for a major global war. The difference is, this time around, it's not just the United States that has atomic bombs. We've got, 11 countries that have nukes, including these people? Think what's going to happen. We're already reeling here in the United States and many countries, reeling from the effects of these maniacal, insane tariffs. I know you're struggling. I'm right there with you, with the rest of the country. Higher prices on everything. Oil is getting ready to go up, which is going to soon spike gas prices. And if you don't think gas was going to go up already, wait until they shut down the Strait of Hormuz and throttled the oil shipping lines out of the Persian Gulf. It's going to get worse. But you thrust us into a global war. My God. This will be the worst period in the lives of our generation. It's going to be bad. And that man right there, he is the one leading us directly into it with thoughtless abandon. Meanwhile, we've got a U.S. president who is capitulating, who is not doing right by the American people, even though he knows that getting involved in these wars is a bad thing, but he's allowing himself to be led by the nose like a bull with a ring in the nose, being pulled along by this guy. And you know who the true villains are other than him? It's the enablers. It's the Christian Zionists. It is the MAGA-tards who are hardcore Trump supporters no matter what he does. I'm not talking about Republicans. I'm talking about the MAGA extremists. You people, you're the problem. If you're not willing to come out with the rest of us and criticize Trump, if you're going to say we have TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, because we are not willing to just trust Trump when it comes to the possibility of nuclear war, you're damn right we've got TDS. And you should too. I'm starting to get a little saucy, so let me shut up.
They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you,
from the Nazis.
believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first.
Yeah, that's what he's doing here is he's repeating the motto of the Mossad: rise and kill first. Well, you know what? Bible or not, that is not what Jesus in the New Testament said. I don't remember the part where Jesus said, rise and kill first. Anyone who believes in this idea of rise and kill first, your God is worthless. If you have a God that says, go out and kill people, go out and kill women and children, your God is an idiot, and I have no respect for your God. My God is not a God that would order people to go commit genocide. In fact, I don't think such a God exists, except in the minds of psychopaths. No real God is going to command people to go out and murder other people because they think they might do something wrong in a year from now. The way that Netanyahu manipulates Christians in America is very, very impressive. I mean, look what he's doing. He is citing the Bible. This is not what you would say to address, the secularists or the atheists or people who just don't care one way or another about religion. Quoting the Bible is not what you would do. He's speaking in English. He's not speaking to his own people. He is talking to Americans right now. And when he is citing the Bible, he is manipulating Christians. He is telling Christians it's in the Bible that it's okay to go and be the first to kill people. That's what he just said. And it works with the Christian Zionists. That's why a few minutes ago I said the worst people in America are the Christian Zionists and the people who enable the enablers who look the other way. This is pure evil. Pure evil. You are looking at the face of an antichrist.
This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you. Moments ago,
All right.
this operation will continue.
What are your thoughts? I've been following a little bit here in the chat, but what do you think of this guy? I think he's like a literal psychopath. I mean, clinically, not just a sociopath, a psychopath. Yeah, New Jersey Devil said a psychopath. Christina Bell says, I absolutely love and appreciate you, Jake. I'm on the far left and I respect your opinions. Hey, thank you. I like you too. I love talking to people about politics, even if we totally disagree. Because I like the person. I like to see how they think. I don't care if we agree on the issues, as long as we can be friends and talk about it and exchange ideas and get something out of it together. I actually dislike talking to people who like agree with me on everything. It's boring. I get, some intellectual enjoyment and stimulation from talking about things where we have disagreements, because it shows me not just what they think, but why they think it. When I get to know that person and their background and why is it that they have formed this, their background, their families, their environment, their circumstances, their life experiences that help them to become the kind of person they are. Because I know that if I had been born in their location, to their parents, raised in their environment, I probably would believe the same things. So I'm not going to hate somebody because they had a different experience from me and grew up forming different beliefs and opinions. It's just so stupid. Anyway. Yeah, Camel Wars says, best way to develop ideas is to talk to people with different views. Let me go back here, see if we've got any new developments on from Twitter. Israeli Defense Forces 1 minute ago says, we can now confirm the Chief of Staff of Iranian Armed Services and the commander of Iran's emergency command were all eliminated in the Israeli strikes across Iran by more than 200 fighter jets. These are 3 ruthless mass murderers with international blood on their hands. The world is a better place without them. That's what their military account is putting out. Tell you what, payback's a bitch. It's coming back. New York Times reports Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor to Supreme Leader Khamenei, has been killed. Jordan temporarily closes airspace due to rising tensions in the region. You know, I would not be surprised at all if Jordan gave Israel access to airspace. Jordan, the people of Jordan are great. The leaders, King Abdullah, the leaders of Jordan are just like the leaders in Egypt. They talk one way to their people about Israel, but behind the scenes, they're very different. Breaking, Saudi Arabia condemns Israeli strikes on Iran. This is Kernersville underground facility. See, what Israel is doing is they're targeting the ones that are not deep in the ground. But they're not going to knock out the ones that are deep underground. This person says Iran attempted to deploy fighter jets to engage IDF aircraft, but some failed to take off and others crashed due to technical problems. Several of the jets had been sabotaged few hours before the operation began. Could be propaganda, who knows. Iranian military site account says, remember, we didn't initiate it. The IDF has confirmed detection of a large wave of drones launched from Iran and currently en route to Israel. Defensive operations are actively underway to intercept the incoming threat. We'll see. We're going to be here live as it happens. In the last few hours, the Iranian regime launched more than 100 drones toward Israel, and all air defense systems are working to confront them. Well, I'll tell you what, that's nothing compared to what is probably coming. 100 drones is nothing. They'll probably, most all of them will be knocked out of the sky before they even get there. Israel killed more than 10 important nuclear scientists in the opening strikes on Iran. Just got a alert here of some new subscribers on Substack. While I am, I've got that fresh in my head, I'm going to put in the chat here. This link that I'm putting in here, blackstoneintel.substack.com, is not populating. Maybe I need to format it differently. Will that one work? Yeah, I think this second link is clickable. I'm putting in there a link to my Substack. I've just gotten back going again this week. This last week, making videos and things, but I'm also focusing a lot on writing reports, and some of it are just going to be transcripts of my shows with the information there, so that after the show you can read it and learn stuff like that. But I'm also doing, for people who are paid subscribers, I'm putting out additional Blackstone reports that you won't find elsewhere. So there's one of two ways you can get access to these reports. First of all, on Substack, go there and please, please, please go there. I've got an email list. I want you to subscribe. even if you go and you subscribe as a free subscriber, don't just follow, because that won't do anything. Excuse me, become a free subscriber. I would prefer that you subscribe as a paid member, but at least as a free subscriber. And also go to, somebody can put this in their patreon.com/Blackstone Intel. Same idea. Go there and at the very least become a free subscriber. Now, if you're a paid subscriber on Patreon, even for just $1 a month, you're going to get access to my, let me turn off, I'm getting a lot of people subscribing. Let me turn off the vibration on my phone. Even if you're just a $1 a month subscriber on Patreon, you're going to get access to these transcripts from my shows. Type them up into, easily readable PDF files. And then after the show's over, if you want to kind of study, you want to review, get some ideas, you can do that. I also give that to my people that are paid followers on Substack. But on Substack, which I think is $5 a month, and also starting at the $5 a month level on Patreon, so it's the same for each one, I am putting out additional Blackstone reports, or I'm beginning to. So you may not see a whole lot on there yet, because I just started this week. I've got some stuff up, but I really want you to do that. Super chat being blocked, someone said. Let's see. I don't know, maybe. Someone's welcome to test it out and see. But anyway, please follow. Please subscribe to my free stuff on Substack and on Patreon. Please, please, please. I'm going to keep somebody, if you're out there, any mods that may still be awake, since it's 1 a.m., just keep putting that from time to time into the chat. Me Too Big says, super chat being blocked. I don't know if that's the case or not, but if anyone else experiences that, let me know. If you try and do a super chat and it's blocked. All right, hey, political foolishness. All right, what else have we got here? Iranian attack drones, including Shahed variants, have been launched toward Israel, starting Iran's retaliatory strikes. Seen here, flies low over eastern Iraq. Okay, let's watch this. World War III is trending on Twitter again. Hey, Stephen Stern. Thank you for the coverage of this breaking news, Jake. I can't stand watching the MSM propaganda, nothing but former Israeli officials as guests. Hey, and thank you to those of you who are saying that you have subscribed. Stephen, thank you. Stephen's awesome. I actually just sent a letter out in the mail. I think it went out today, or maybe it was yesterday. So you ought to get that in just a handful of days, Stephen. Over 100 drones have been launched so far, which will likely take hours to reach Israel. What we may do, depending on the time, is if we get a lull here and nothing's happening, since it'll be the middle of the night, I might stop the stream, take a break, and come back after that. I'm not going to do it yet, but we'll see. We'll just keep going. Dennis, I just want to say thank you for being back, Jake. Really enjoy it. Thank you so much, Dennis. And thank you guys for helping me work toward that goal of 10 super chats. Carol earlier made a donation. Thank you so much, Carol. I appreciate you. And Flick Off, thank you. Can you inform the viewers on the Samson option, fearing it might become relevant? Here, give me a second. Let me Give me a second. I'm going to go black screen for a moment. Samson Option. Seymour Hersh, excellent investigative journalist. He wrote this years ago. Whoops. Sorry about that noise. I just whacked my speaker over there. Let me just read. Instead of, I've got things marked, but let me just read the dust jacket part of it. The Samson Option explodes one of the world's most closely guarded secrets, the secret of Israel's atomic arsenal. It relates for the first time the political, diplomatic, and military repercussions that have for decades been concealed from the world. It's also about America's ability not to see what it does not want to see. All American presidents since John F. Kennedy have turned a blind eye toward Israel's growing nuclear activity, while paying lip service to the goal of nuclear non-proliferation. In the Samson Option, Hersh, the Pulitzer Prize winner who wrote the first account of the My Lai massacre in South Vietnam, revealed one of the classic clandestine operations of our time, Israel's spectacular underground nuclear facility in the Negev desert, where its technicians and scientists began manufacturing nuclear warheads in the late 1960s. It describes the bitter infighting within the Israeli government over the bomb and its huge cost. It tells how the money for the nuclear program was raised abroad and how the early tech was acquired with the aid of France. And it shows how and when Israel threatened to use its nuclear power. Let's see. How Israel threatened Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon with the use of nuclear weapons on the third day of the 1973 Yom Kippur War, successfully blackmailing the White House to airlift much-needed supplies. How the Eisenhower administration made a concerted last-ditch effort in December 1960 to force Israel to acknowledge its nuclear ambitions and failed. The Samson Option is ultimately a narrative of how the bomb influenced the diplomatic relations between Israel and America far more than was seen or understood by the press and the public. It shows that, in every sense, Israel was born a nuclear power. Since its founding, some of its leaders, including David Ben-Gurion and Ernst David Bergman, the little-known scientist who was the father of the Israeli bomb, were determined that no future enemy would be able to carry out another Holocaust. Just as Samson brought down the temple and killed himself along with his enemies, so would Israel destroy those who sought its destruction. The message of the Samson Option is stark. The next Middle East war might very well be nuclear. So that's I love Hersh's work. He's a great, and he brings the receipts. Anyway, thank you, Flickoff, and Sailor Jerry Swallow. Thank you earlier for your donation. I can't scroll back far enough to see early on in the show there were a couple of super chats, and I'll be able to see that after the show's over. But for now, sorry, I didn't get to acknowledge you earlier. All right. Thank you, Sharon, for putting the link in there. All right. Also, Jake, if I may suggest, By Way of Deception by Viktor Ostrovsky. I might have that one. But thank you. Yes, if I don't, I need to add that to my library. I've certainly read about it if I haven't read it in its entirety. All right, I am going to take a look here again at social media, see if we get any news. Iranian drone sighting in, where is this? Jordan. Looking to see if there's anything new. There's another one of these drones. Oh, sorry, I don't have the screen on. I apologize. Here we go. Regional heads of state aircraft on the move around the Middle East and Caucasus. Bahrain, Armenia, Azerbaijan. All right. Not a whole lot there. Let me flip over to this list and see. From Khamenei Media, from Imam Khamenei's message regarding the Israeli regime's attacks against Iran. In the enemy's attacks, several commanders and scientists have been martyred. God willing, their successors and colleagues will carry on with their duties without delay. Call this attack what it is. It is not a preemptive strike. It is not a preventative attack. This is a blatant attempt to disrupt U.S. negotiations with Iran over its nuclear program. In the long run, it is more likely to push Iran toward nuclear weapons. And that is exactly right. Let's translate this. If Khamenei's claim was just bragging, it would be a shame. But if it was a serious assessment of the country's security situation, then shame on the commander who proudly said, "No one dares to fight us" a few hours before the enemy attack. This level of optimism is a disaster, not an authority. So there are those who recognize that, or at least feel that, Iran's pacifism and trying to prevent escalation has actually been detrimental and really didn't accomplish anything in the long run. John Hudson says American spy agencies in recent weeks have not changed a long-standing assessment that Iran, despite its advanced uranium enrichment work, has not moved to transform that effort into an actual nuclear device, U.S. officials say. All right. Building destroyed in the Israeli airstrikes. Well, here's that statement from Saudi Arabia. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expresses its strong condemnation and denunciation of the blatant Israeli aggressions against the brotherly Islamic Republic of Iran, which undermine its sovereignty and security and constitute a clear violation of international laws and norms. While the kingdom condemns these heinous attacks, it affirms that the international community and the Security Council bear a great responsibility to immediately halt this aggression. Yeah. I'd be impressed if I actually saw Saudi Arabia do something to stand up to Israel. Iran, from the Iranian military's official account, the commander-in-chief of the army. The armed forces have been ordered by the commander-in-chief to deliver a harsh response to the perpetrators and masterminds of the aggression. Well, I certainly expect that they're going to have a lot more than the drones. What they're doing is they're putting the drones out first because it takes a few hours for the drones to get there, and they want to time this in such a way that they can fire off some ballistic missiles. They can do serious damage to reach around the same time. Hopefully, they still have some assets in Hezbollah and the Houthis who are going to help coordinate and help carry out a coordinated retaliation. Jeremy in the chat says, this is the moment that Trump must keep his word and not let us get dragged into another war. I agree. You know, I have my opinions about Trump, and I know that they are not shared by the majority of the Republican Party. Most people give him far more latitude than I do. But I hope that going forward, if Trump gets the United States involved any more in this war than he already has, I hope that Trump supporters will have the integrity to finally stand up to him and say, what has happened to you? What has happened to you? And take a stand against him and speak out against him. The principle of non-aggression, the principle of avoiding war is more important than the loyalty that people seem to have for Trump. If he does something terrible, then speak out. Speak out against him. No audio on this one, but this is allegedly the strike on the Natanz nuclear facility. Very well could be. Looks like the right region. Landscape looks like it. The IDF confirmed large wave of drones on the way. All right. Not a whole lot here on the lists. The good thing about Twitter is that this is where video footage usually shows up first. Photos and video footage. Twitter is really good for that, or it has been in the past. And then for the extreme stuff, turning to Telegram is, if you want to see the gruesome things, that's where you go. Japan strongly condemns Israeli strikes on Iran from their foreign minister. All right, let me bring up the main camera here again, and let's see what else I can find while we talk. Looking through the news real quick to see if there's anything else. Israel struck bases and nuclear sites across Iran multiple times overnight. Israel is bracing for a forceful response. Lists of people who have been killed. This is a little interesting. Let me see if I can get my screen to show this. So these are some of the locations where Israel carried out attacks. So you've got Israel over here. Can you see my cursor? Tabriz near the north. Nuclear Research Center there, 2 military bases. You've got Tehran, Natanz. In Tehran, you can see here where an apartment building collapsed. Large building near it was on fire. Military command housing attacked. Smoke seen from this area over to the west. Iran has informed the IAEA that there has been no increase in radiation levels at the Natanz nuclear site, and that the Bushehr nuclear power plant has not been targeted. Israel says 200 warplanes participated in the attack, dropping hundreds of bombs across the country and striking over 100 targets. The attack on Tehran was the biggest since the Iran-Iraq War decades ago. It appears that Iran has launched the first wave of response. President Trump told Fox News anchor Bret Baier that he had prior knowledge of Israel's plans to target top Iranian leaders. Baier said he spoke with Trump shortly after Israel struck Tehran. Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. We'll hopefully get back to the negotiating table. There are several people in the leadership in Iran who will not be coming back. And what a jackass. You really think that this is how you get people to negotiate? That's not negotiation. If you go and beat the hell out of somebody, kill their friends, kill their family members, and say, okay, so now are you ready to negotiate? They're not going to negotiate. I mean, that would be forcing someone to do something. I mean, you've got to be a total moron to think that this is going to produce any kind of productive results. As morning broke in Israel, the streets, normally bustling on a Friday with shoppers preparing for the Sabbath, were eerily quiet. Expecting an Iranian counterattack, possibly in the coming hours, some people had headed out before dawn to stock up on food from 24-hour groceries and lined up at gas stations, but many others were confused about how to proceed, having been told by officials to remain close to protected areas and bomb shelters and to leave home only to buy essential items. Maybe that silence will be broken with the sound of ambulances and fire trucks, and we'll see what happens. Despite the Trump administration saying the Israeli strikes were unilateral and without American involvement, Iran's foreign ministry said the attack could not have happened without coordination and authorization from the U.S. And that is true. That's absolutely true. And if Trump or anyone else in the administration says otherwise, they're damned liars. Israel could not have done this and would not have done this without Donald Trump's approval. Oman, which has been mediating the nuclear talks between the USA and Iran, said the Israeli strikes are dangerous and reckless and a threat to the ongoing efforts to find a diplomatic solution. You think. All right, so not a whole lot of other information here. Updates. Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. This can weaken air defense, talking about the drones going to Israel. This can weaken air defenses, creating openings for heavier artillery. One thing that I have not seen either way is, to my knowledge, U.S. carriers that were used the last time that Iran fought back against Israel. We had put carriers out there so that they could intercept a lot of these missiles using the USA as a cover for Israel. But I'm not aware that the United States has done that this time. So there's a chance that if Iran wants to hit them, I think there's a much better chance that Israel will take some damage this time around. Caption Gamer says, I hope you see my previous messages. Brotherly love, inshallah. Brother love from Pakistan. Israel is planning on making Balochistan, Kurdistan, Tutsi Empire, EAF, and Greater Israel a thing. Iron Man, hey brother, love these late night lives. F Israel with a cactus sign. They are the root of our problems. God bless. Love from historic Charlotte. What's today? Friday now. Back at you, brother. Oh, Bill says he couldn't send a super chat with the word Israel in it. You know, please, it's been a very long time since anyone has sent me a PayPal donation. PayPal.me/Blackstone Intel. But I was going to say, anyone that does, please do not mention Israel or Iran or anything like that in a message attached to it, because PayPal always holds those back because they think, well, it's got the word Iran. Has this got something to do with or Palestine? Any words like that, it holds it for review, and I've got to wait and hope that they don't reverse it. And there's a lot of censorship when it comes to making donations in conjunction with this kind of stuff. Pretty crazy. Launch of warplanes to implement the first stages. Boy, the social media is really going to be on fire for the next handful of days. New scenes of the Air Force warplanes taking off to carry out their missions to strike Iranian regime targets and landing after completing the mission during Operation whatever. These are Israeli fighter jets here. Israeli spokesperson says 200 aircraft dropped over 300 munitions. We're kind of in this lull right now, just waiting for news. It sounds like there's been a little bit of a break in the action. Israel may be just hunkering down, waiting for this Iranian strike. It really sickens me that Israel's jets, their F-16s, that their bombs, their munitions, that these things are largely paid for by the American people. You know, with Trump talking all about how badly he wants to save money and spare the American people all of this, first of all, that's total baloney. Donald Trump is calling for the elimination of the debt ceiling. He has also put forward in support for the largest spending bill in U.S. history. So him saying he's trying to save money is just not true. But if he did want to save money, if Doge really wanted to save money, why are they not cutting back the money that we send to Israel? We send them billions of dollars every year. And it makes countries hate us. Camel War says, do you think Iran will retaliate today? Well, it's already in process. Their drones, they've got a small number, I say small, given the number of drones they have. They're sending 100 drones right now. What they're doing is they're sending those over right now, and then around the time they reach there and can start getting into Israeli airspace, and the Iron Dome starts firing at those, trying to take them down, that's when you launch the ballistic missiles. Probably they're going to make use of some of their supersonic ballistic missiles, which Israel's not going to be able to knock down. So it's underway. We're just kind of waiting here. Because it only takes a couple minutes for the ballistic missiles to reach. Depending on where these drones are launched from, it can take anywhere from a couple hours up to 8 or 9 hours to get there, depending on what they're using. So we'll see. They're basically timing their attack for maximum advantage. But there's already footage of drones in the air going over Iraq and other areas. Let me check the news, see if there's any new updates anywhere. Iran announces on state television it will not participate in nuclear negotiations with the United States on Sunday and until further notice. Well, of course not. Now, what Trump will do is say, aha, see there, they are not willing to negotiate, so that's why we're justified. I mean, you gotta be pretty stupid to follow that kind of reasoning, but that's what we'll be told. Bagheri's the death of Bagheri is a pretty big hit, because he's Iran's second highest commander after the supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei. I'm not seeing anything right now, any significant developments. Couple pictures here. I'll bring this back up and show you this. First of all, this footage is the aftermath of Israeli strike.
Oh. نترس برو نترس لواس نترس
All right. Iran says the cowardly nighttime aggression during diplomatic processes are a sign of Israel's fear of Iran's power. Well, not really. Part of this at least 14-floor residential tower appears to have collapsed as a result of Israeli strikes. You know, at this point, Israeli apartment buildings, they're in Tel Aviv, are fair game. Israel has made targeting of their civilian population fair game. I'm not saying it's good that they're hitting each other, you know, that if they hit each other's civilian populations, but Israel blew up some of their apartment buildings. Iran has the right to strike back and similarly hit apartment buildings in Israel. Let's see here. I think that I can play this without copyright issues. Let's just turn this on for a second and listen.
Many experts believe that these attacks were conducted to sabotage any potential nuclear deal that might have been made, especially over the weekend. Would you agree with that assessment?
I think that's one of the goals, certainly. Well, it's no secret that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been calling and pushing for a war with Iran, a U.S. war with Iran, for the past 2 decades. He's been saying this since the U.S. invasion of Iraq and trying to push various U.S. administrations, Democratic and Republican, to attack Iran and essentially go to war with Iran instead of negotiations. And diplomacy with Iran and potential deals are actually the exact opposite route of that. So he had tried to sabotage diplomacy during the Obama negotiations, and he has been trying to sabotage diplomacy right now. So this is certainly that. It's also his sort of window of opportunity that he saw for attacking Iran, while the perception is that Iran is weak. And to also essentially bait the Iranians to retaliate against this attack and potentially escalate it and get involved into that war that he's been pushing for the past 2 decades. And I think the White House statement, in a way, implies sort of this view that this is something that the Israeli government has been doing, trying to pull the U.S. into an open war with Iran.
Israel has been hitting significant military and nuclear facilities. How do you think Iran is going to respond moving forward, especially with very important names being killed over the last couple of hours?
Well, the Israelis are saying military and nuclear, but we're also seeing images coming. I mean, still rolling images coming of apartment buildings, and also potential reports of civilian casualties, including children and women. So the extent of the attacks and the casualties are not clear, but I just want to, reiterate that these are not just regime cities, essentially. These are Iranian cities with Iranian residents and civilians. And once this war escalates even beyond this, there will certainly be a lot of civilian casualties. This is not going to be limited. But as far as Iran responding, the Iranians don't have a lot of good options in front of them. If they don't respond, they fear that this will get worse. The Israelis would assume that they're weak, they can't respond, which is the assumption right now, and they will hit them harder. If they do respond, they risk the potential of escalating this further and essentially entering an open war with Israel. At the same time, also,
at this
the US
point,
has
that's
said
what
that
needs to
they have no
happen.
part in this, and they warned the Iranians to not target U.S. interests or service members. I think that would be a big mistake.
The reason, and you all know I'm anti-war. I have always pushed for this, but I can be against fighting. But if someone breaks in my house and is attacking my family and is not leaving and says that they're going to keep attacking my family, I don't have the option of being a pacifist. I have got to knock that guy out, or worse. And that's the position that Iran is in. They cannot be, they cannot sit back and let Israel get away with this, because Israel has said this is going to be something they're going to do over a period of days. They're going to keep hitting them over and over. And if Iran does not hit back in a way that really, really hurts Israel bad, I mean, like, almost like, holy crap, did you see what they did? If they don't do that and scare Israel and make Israel realize, oh, dang, if we keep this up, this is what it's going to be. Our people are going to be getting massacred by the thousands. Only something like that is going to make them pause. But what she's saying here is exactly right, because it has the likelihood of escalating even further. And getting even bigger. And Iran will have to fight not just Israel, but the USA. The best we can hope for is that Trump is going to give as little support to Netanyahu as he can. And, one thing, since I'm not there in the White House, one thing that is a possibility, I don't give it a lot of weight, but when I try and consider different options that challenge my own biases, The argument I would make against myself here is that Trump did not want them to do this, that Israel is trying to derail the nuclear talks. And even though Trump didn't want them to do this, what's he going to do? I mean, this is Donald Trump. Do you think he's going to say, I told him not to, but they did it anyway? Of course not. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that movie. What was it? Harrison Ford wasn't in it. Ben Affleck was. The Sum of All Fears. The Sum of All Fears, where they replaced Harrison Ford with Ben Affleck. And part of the storyline is that in Russia, you've got this Vladimir Putin type leader who the CIA analyst, played by Affleck, knows that this guy is not a troublemaker, but you've got elements inside of Russia who carry out a major attack and make it look like Russia did it. Now, if he takes credit for it, even though it wasn't him, then he's going to look like he's crazy and holy crap, he did this. But if he doesn't, he's going to look weak. If he says, nope, sorry, I know I'm the leader of Russia, but someone did this. I don't know who, I don't know how they did it, but they have influence over my military and my military's not totally loyal to me. Then he's putting himself in a really bad position. And so he kind of goes along with it, acts like it's him, and things escalate, and it almost, turns into a nuclear war between the United States and Russia. Well, similarly, Donald Trump could be in the position where Netanyahu's like, you know what, I'm doing this regardless. And Trump, I know Trump, he's gonna fall in line because he doesn't want to lose face. Now that's a possibility. I don't think that's likely, but that is the argument that is the theory I would proffer as a counter argument to what I was saying earlier. Anyway. Side calculation that may have supported Israel's attack on Iran is the idea of presenting a fait accompli to Trump, regardless of any spat between Trump. Is this saying exactly what I was saying? Regardless of any spat between Trump and Bibi on handling Iran's nuclear file, there's zero chance the U.S. wouldn't back Israel against Iranian retaliation. I don't know. They're talking about this thing we read earlier from Trump about how we remain committed to a diplomatic resolution. Give me a second here. I'm going to close down and reopen my chat since it's kind of stalled on me here. I'm not seeing the latest messages. Here we go. Even though I can't stand Ben Affleck, I actually liked that movie, The Sum of All Fears. I thought it was a pretty exciting idea. Okay. Let me keep scrolling here. Other photos revealing the aftermath of Israeli strikes on buildings in Tehran. Yeah, it's morning now over there, and they're... yeah. I'm getting... this person here, probably a CIA asset. That delusional fanaticist claimed that Iran has become weak. The future will show who has truly weakened. Saddam also thought Iran was weak and launched his attack. Reagan, too, under the illusion of Iran's weakness, provided extensive support to Saddam's regime. They, along with dozens of other delusional individuals, ended up in the dustbin of history, I wouldn't say that, while the Islamic force has continued to grow day by day. I assure you this experience will repeat itself once again by God's grace, and that's the Ayatollah. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just really anxious for some more news here. Hoping we'll get some more developments. We've been on, 3.5 hours? Going on 3.5 hours. It's coming up on 2 a.m. here in North Carolina. And we still have, looks like 452 viewers right now. Currently. Welcome to all you guys. I'm hoping that some of you are new to my channel. And if you are, I'm going to be talking about, I have been talking about this issue for years now. And I'd love it if you'd take a second to subscribe, turn on notifications, and hang out with me. You know, follow along here as this develops, because I'll be doing a lot of reporting on this. Right now, we're just kind of shooting the breeze because nobody knows what's happening exactly. Nothing's pre-scripted here. But I am going to be talking about this a lot. I even used to sell T-shirts when I'd go around speaking at conventions. My table, I had shirts that said "No War with Iran," because we've been driving toward this precipice for years now. Israel has been trying to push the world into this situation. Obsidian says, first video I've watched. Good to have you. Good to see you. Let's see here. Breaking. U.S. claims it was not involved in the attack. White House trying to distance itself from Israel's attack. I'm now on Al Jazeera. White House trying to distance itself from Israel's attack. The fact they are using the phrase not involved, unilateral, that all suggests that they are trying to put some level of distance between what the Israelis did and the United States. But we know from Donald Trump, who has spoken to a U.S. news station in the last hour or so, that they were aware this attack was coming. Donald Trump had talked about how he did not want to get involved in, quote, stupid wars in the Middle East, and that would all end as soon as he became president, so he doesn't want to get dragged into a conflict with Iran. The British Prime Minister has responded to Israel's attacks on Iran. He called the Israeli strikes concerning and called on all parties to step back and reduce tensions urgently. Yeah. Stocks sell off. Oil surges in the wake of Israeli strikes. Oil prices have surged more than 9%, hitting their highest in almost 5 months after Israel struck Iran, dramatically escalating tensions in the Middle East and raising worries about disrupted oil supplies. Watchdog says no increase in radiation levels near the Natanz nuclear site. Israeli strikes on Iran echo campaign against Hezbollah. Wave after wave of airstrikes, killing top military and political officials and targeting of military assets. For those who watched the Israeli assault against Hezbollah last year, the strikes on Iran seem familiar. Mostly women and children among 50 injured in Israeli attack. Now, this is from about an hour ago. This is of the ones taken to hospital. Trump warns of chance of massive conflict amid Israel-Iran tensions. U.S. President says Israeli strikes on Iran are possible, but he reiterates preference for diplomatic deal with Tehran. It's kind of too late. A little too late for that, Donald. U.S. President Donald Trump has warned that there is a, quote, chance of a massive conflict in the Middle East, confirming that an Israeli attack on Iran is possible. What is this? When is this from? This is from yesterday. Speaking to reporters on Thursday, Trump said he would love to avoid the conflict and suggested that the U.S. would like Israel to hold off plans to strike Iran's nuclear sites. So one of two things is true. Either Donald Trump is lying and he knew about this, he approved it, and he even provided some kind of support, number one. Number two, the U.S. military is not under his control and that it provided support without the commander-in-chief's authorization. Three, Netanyahu did this, blindsided Trump, or flat told him, we're going to do this without your help regardless. And Trump is now like, holy crap, my man Bibi's not listening to me. And now he's trying to make himself look like he has nothing to do with this. We don't know yet. Yeah, what do you guys think? 1, 2, or 3? Put it in the chat to see which way you're leaning. Number 3, Trump was caught off guard, didn't know this was coming. Number 2, parts of the U.S. military have gone rogue, or the CIA has gone rogue. Number 1, he had full knowledge of it and is lying to the public about it. I tend to think he's lying to the public about it to save face. Because Trump, think about how Trump handles everything. Think about just recent events. How did he handle all of the pushback from what Elon Musk was doing? Musk was the one out there carrying out this stuff, cutting, firing. But Trump is the president, and anytime Trump was in a news conference and he was asked about these things, what did he say every single time? Not me, go talk to Elon. This is Elon's thing. But was it really Elon's thing? Was Elon really acting without the authorization or knowledge of Trump in all of these matters? If so, that means Trump is a terrible leader, that he's letting people do stuff under him that he has no idea about and letting them just run the government the way they want to instead of the way he wants. So I don't buy that. But more likely, based on every other pattern I have ever seen with Donald Trump, is he's involved. He loves to pit people against each other. He loves conflict, but he acts like, I don't know, ask somebody else. Ask Netanyahu. I don't know anything about this. This is his thing. That, to me, is what's going on. Same thing he did to Elon Musk, which pissed off Elon. That's why they got in their spat, among other reasons. He likes to be able to stir up trouble, do bad things, and then not be blamed for it. Trump said, as long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want the Israelis going in because I think that would blow it. Might help it, actually, but it could also blow it. Yet Trump said that an Israeli attack could very well happen without elaborating whether U.S. would participate or assist in any strikes. So many of the comments that he has made in recent weeks make it so clear he knew this was coming. He knew it. I don't believe that he was in the dark. Trump said, "We have a lot of American people in this area." And I said, "We've got to tell them to get out because something could happen soon. And I don't want to be the one that didn't give any warning and missiles are flying into their buildings. It's possible." What will be interesting to see is when, here in a few hours, to see if Iran follows through on its promise to hit U.S. military bases in the region. Clearly, Trump or someone in the administration thought that this is a very real possibility, and that's why they started trying to evacuate the family members and non-essential personnel from these bases, from these locations. They knew something was coming. Be very interesting. Let's see here. Ayatollah has warned Israel that it must expect severe punishment. If I see anything come up here, I'll get you back to take a look at this with me on Twitter. Movement indicating imminent Iranian ballistic missile launches has been confirmed, although I'm not seeing anything to back that up right now. But we'll keep watching here because we may have some missiles taking off here before too long. And we'll end up seeing a lot more footage after the strikes happen, just because they've got so many people, so many Israelis there in close confined spaces. That's where these are going to strike, in Tel Aviv and places like that. So you're going to have a lot more of a population there in the area with their cell phones out getting footage. Trending now on Twitter, hashtag Israel enemy of humanity. BBC News reports Israel chose to act now, whether Trump likes it or not. The U.S. Embassy in Israel has issued a shelter-in-place order to all U.S. government employees and their families. So clearly, the United States is expecting imminent strikes, and that's why they're telling them to stay where you are. Don't try and go home back to your places. Don't try and get to shelters. Stay where you're at. Let me read the actual security report from the U.S. Embassy in Israel that just came out. As a result of the current security situation, the U.S. Embassy has directed all U.S. government employees and their family members to shelter in place until further notice. The U.S. Embassy reminds U.S. citizens of the continued need for caution and increased personal security awareness, blah, blah, blah. In response to security incidents and without advanced notice, the U.S. Embassy may further restrict or prohibit U.S. government employees and their family members from traveling to certain areas of Israel, including the Old City of Jerusalem and the West Bank. The Old City is basically East Jerusalem, where the Palestinians are. Mortar and rocket fire or hostile aircraft intrusion. In the event of mortar, rocket fire, or hostile aircraft intrusion, a red alert siren may be activated. Treat all such alerts as real. Follow the instructions from local authorities and seek shelter immediately. So on and so forth. I am not seeing a whole lot here as far as new photos or video content. I'm just checking the various lists that I have here. Long lines for gas being reported in the Iranian capital of Tehran. Let's see what else we got here. Sorry, I'm just trying to find something, some source of additional news that I'm not seeing in the media or elsewhere. It's all about the same, not a whole lot. Ugh. Oh, good. I don't have this up on the screen. I just came across a photo of a dead child in Iran, killed in the one of the Israeli strikes. Okay, well, let me show you this. Let me bring this up. A little unusual from Iran's military account. It's time to, I guess, shoot some rats. Iranian TV channels have replaced the black ribbon with the national flag. The mourning has ended. Now begins the march toward glory. The moment Iranian air defense intercepts and destroys an enemy missile. Another statement from the commander of the army. We have been tasked by the leader of the revolution to take revenge. Our people can rest assured the flag raised by my martyred comrades will never fall. The blood of the martyrs will not be in vain. The savage nature of the Zionist regime is no secret to the world. Anyway. Excuse me. Yeah, nothing there. Iranian drones crossing from northern Syria towards occupied Palestinian territories.
طيران مسير من قبائل الصالح. طيران مسير من قبائل الصالح. طيران مسير من قبائل الصالح. طيران.
Right. Not a whole lot more there. 2 minutes ago, central Tehran, among targets hit by Israeli strikes, a resident from central Tehran has told Al Jazeera that one of the Israeli strikes hit the densely packed Sharara district of the Iranian capital. It's located near the center of the city, just a few minutes away from the Imam Khomeini Hospital and a few blocks from the Tehran Museum of Art. No immediate reports on casualties. Hamas slams Israeli attacks on Iran. The Palestinian group is calling on the world to, quote, take a unified stance to deter Israel and put an end to its crimes. Israel's aggression constitutes a dangerous escalation that threatens to destabilize the region and reflects the extremist Netanyahu's government insistence on dragging the region into open confrontations, a statement on Telegram said. The group called the attack, quote, a brutal aggression that constitutes a flagrant violation of international norms and conventions, adding that it reaffirms that Israel poses an existential threat to the entire region. Hamas expressed full solidarity with the Islamic Republic of Iran and offered its deepest condolences to the Iranian leadership and people for the deaths of senior commanders and nuclear scientists. So that's that. And let's see. Not a whole lot else anywhere. Not in social media and not in major news sites. Here, I'll show you this. This is a little bit funny. It says, this is Pentagon Pizza Report. As of 6:59 p.m., nearly all pizza establishments near the Pentagon have experienced a huge surge in activity. Pentagon Pizza Report called it. Reports that U.S.-UK fighter jets will help Israeli military in intercepting drones launched by Iran. Who knows? I hope not. Hope not, because once you start putting U.S. military into the middle of this, you've now dragged the United States into the war. I mean, we're already in the war if we have provided any kind of logistic support, refueling, anything. We're already in the war. But you go putting our fighter jets in there, that's another story. Nope. Whoop. Sorry, I don't want to put that on there. Yep, nothing new. So we're just waiting. Let me take a couple minutes here. 3 hours, 52 minutes in. Anybody want to make a suggestion of anything to chat about here for the next couple minutes while we wait for anything? I'm at 2:21 a.m. on the East Coast. It is now Friday the 13th. Don't know if anyone has made that connection yet. Friday the 13th. Thoughts on Palantir? Yes, although I'm going to hold off on that Riley, because I'm going to do a whole episode on that. I don't want to spoil that yet. Israeli tech, Israeli surveillance permeates American society. We are really being screwed because the U.S. government is adopting a lot of this stuff, and it's being implemented throughout the government in ways that are going to be detrimental to us going forward. It's just building this surveillance state even bigger. China and Russian naval activity in the Red Sea. I don't have any information. I haven't looked that up since things have happened. I don't expect either to get involved in this. At least not unless this, just breaks out into a full-scale world war. China does not get involved in wars. That not in any significant way. That's just not their way. They may end up providing additional support to Iran in certain ways, but they don't want to get involved militarily. Russia, same thing. When it's convenient, sure, they support Iran. They're linked economically to Iran much more because they're, Russia, Iran, they're isolated because of what the United States has done to them with sanctions and everything else. But don't look for Russia to get involved in any significant way in support. Very different today compared to how things were back in 1967. Back then, the Soviet Union was very much in support of certain nations that were enemies of Israel, like Egypt. And in fact, it was the whole reason that Israel tried to sink the USS Liberty, the U.S. Navy ship, and massacre all of the people on it, kill them all. Remember, they didn't just hit it repeatedly. They tried to sink it, and then the Air Force was murdering the U.S. sailors that were trying to evacuate in lifeboats. They're killing everybody. They wanted no survivors, no witnesses. They just wanted the USS Liberty to get sunk off the coast of Egypt over there so that it would look like Egypt, their enemy in that war, their major enemy. They wanted to look like Egypt had attacked the United States. And in fact, at that point, President Johnson, initially believed that's what happened. And he ordered, or at least his commander ordered, a nuclear strike. That would have been with confirmation from the White House. Plane was in the air on the way to Cairo because it was an overt act of war. 2 minutes before, 2 minutes out is when the strike got called off, when Johnson found out that it was actually Israel that was attacking the United States. But the point of it was to try and get the United States to enter the war against Egypt on behalf of Israel. But the problem was, not far off the coast of Egypt at that time was a Russian warship, was a Soviet warship. You think that because they were allies with Egypt, you think that if the United States goes in and carries out any kind of strikes on Cairo, unjustifiable attacks on Cairo, that the Soviets are just going to sit there and let this happen? No. Israel put us in a position of almost getting into direct warfare with nuclear armed Soviet Union And nothing has changed. Israel got us to attack Iraq. Netanyahu was instrumental in getting us to go after Iraq. And now he's getting us to go after Iran, or trying to. We have got to put the pressure on the White House by creating consensus in social media among Trump supporters that this is a dastardly attempt by Netanyahu to manipulate Donald Trump into taking America into war with Iran. We have to make it look to Trump like he is being taken advantage of by Netanyahu, which is totally true. But he needs to not just know that it's happening, he needs to know that we know it's happening, because that's when he takes action. That's when he'll do something. If he doesn't think anyone notices, he may not, he's not going to make as much of a fuss about Netanyahu. He may have a behind-the-scenes squabble with him. But if we want a hard break between Trump and Netanyahu, then we have to pretty much shame Trump, make it look like, man, he is rolling you, and you are letting him do it. What a wimp. You are getting trashed he is using you up one day and down the other. And if we do that, and there's enough of that in social media, which Trump pays attention to, that's when his ego is really going to feel pricked. And he's going to be more likely to stand up to Netanyahu and try and keep the United States from getting involved in this deeper. That's the thing. It's not going to be his advisors. It's not going to be anything other than his ego. If he thinks he's going to look tough to fight against Iran, especially if Iran hits any U.S. bases, if he thinks it's going to be pleasing to his base, then he'll do it. If he knows, though, that his own base is going to hate him for this, he's going to be less likely to do it. No guarantees either way, because when you have something going on like this, so many pieces are in play, so much fluidity to the situation, things could go either way. But to the extent that we have some influence, the best thing we can do is to be very vocal in social media that Netanyahu is playing Trump. And even though I don't think Trump is truly opposed to war, still, that's what he has said. And so if you can get Trump to go to war, then he's breaking his own promises. So we've got to put the pressure out there. You have to convince the MAGA community that the enemy is Israel. And that's not easy, because a lot of MAGA is hardcore Christian Zionist, evangelical, totally beholden to Israel. And they see Netanyahu as a wonderful guy. So we've got to win over as many of the MAGA hearts and minds as we can. And honestly, you're not going to get them to go against Trump. So all we can do is give them the impression that they're helping Trump. And honestly, it is helping Trump by trying to warn him that he's being lured into a trap by Israel. And a lot of Democrats too, right? I pointed out in the chat, a lot of Democrats need this as well. Whole lot of them in the Congress that are pro-Israel to the point of being bloodthirsty warmongers. Neocons infest both parties. In the 70s, they were primarily in the Democrat Party, and then those Democrats flipped and became Republicans, formed the Project for a New American Century, and became Republicans in the Nixon and later and Ford, but really big in the Reagan administration. And then some of them were carried over into the H.W. Bush administration. But then George W. brought them all back from both administrations. A second ago, I saw my great friend John Bolton out there in the chat. Good to see you, John. That always tickles me to see John Bolton, neocon extraordinaire, out there. Oh. Let me read this. Okay, so the Shah of Iran was put into power after the CIA deposed the elected leader, Mohammad Mossadegh. And Reza Pahlavi, Shah of Iran, was a brutal, horrible, corrupt man. Well, he's dead now, of course. But his son, who considers himself the legitimate ruler of Iran, he just put out a statement. This is what he said. Compatriots, Ali Khamenei, the foolish leader of the anti-Iranian regime of the Islamic Republic, has once again embroiled Iran in a war that is not between Iran and the Iranian nation, but between the Islamic Republic and Khamenei. My message to the military, law enforcement, and security forces is clear. This regime and its corrupt and incompetent leaders do not value your lives or our Iran. Wait a second. Flip screens here. Separate yourself from them and join the people. So this CIA asset, which is what Pahlavi is encouraging the military to revolt. The Iranian nation's battle with the destructive regime of the Islamic Republic is to reclaim Iran and rebuild it. The solution is to overthrow the Islamic Republic through street protests and nationwide strikes. So the CIA's puppet is calling for street protests, nationwide strikes against the government. He says, I am with you in these difficult times. We are all in this fight together and we will win. No, you won't, you loser. You're going to win jack crap. And you're a fool to think that the CIA has got your back. You're just a tool to them. Let me bring up a screen here. I'll show you this image here. This is morning prayers. People gather at the mosque, north central Iran, demanding retaliation for Israeli aggression. So anyway. Iran's military site says, in it for the long run. There's the Shah of Iran's son. Anyway. Hey, Ernie Truth. Hi, Jake. Sorry to be joining you in such circumstances. Me too, man. We've been talking about this for years, haven't we? We knew it was coming. Netanyahu tried his hardest to get this going in Trump's first term. But we barely made it through. Did his best. Well, this time, instead of waiting to get Trump to take the first shot, he's like, well, screw it. I'll just do it, and Trump won't have any choice but to follow. Checking my list of Zionist influencers to see if they've got anything new on theirs. Nope. Same old stuff. Same old stuff. Check the new mainstream news sites. Al Jazeera says this. Iranian population, this is analysis, this is not any official report. Iranian population caught off guard by Israel's attacks. This person opines, I think there's a lot of shock at the moment and anger. There's fear as well about what's coming, because it's not clear when this will end and how it will end. I think people were very much caught off guard. The civilian population has been hearing rhetoric from Iran and Israel back and forth for decades, and until now they've not seen anything like this since the Iran-Iraq War ended in 1988. These scenes are very new to the new generation in Iran. It's something they've never seen before and something they thought they'd never see. And then 12 minutes ago, widespread support in Iran for retaliation against Israel. Mohammad Eslami, a research fellow at Tehran University, said Iranian leaders are preparing an imminent strike on Israel, targeting military and nuclear facilities. The Iranian military, this is a quote, the Iranian military were thinking about this scenario for many years, and also in recent days we have heard lots of statements by the defense ministry of Iran that they are ready for any strike by the Israelis. Most Iranian political parties support defending the country because all Iranians know the history of Iraq attacking Iran. This is not about political points of view. The International Atomic Energy Chief says that Iran's Isfahan nuclear site has not been affected. And nothing new there. I don't know, guys, not a whole lot. I hate to end the stream because, you know, the moment I do, that's when the missiles are going to start hitting. Hey, John Bolton. Welcome. He says, welcome back, Jake. Good to see you again, mate, after all this time. Israel destroyed my grandma's home in the war in Lebanon, and they killed 2 relatives. They were civilians. I really hate Israel's psycho country. Absolutely. And just in case any of you don't know, if you see people posting watermelon emojis, that's there was a time when, during the Israeli occupation, when Palestinians were not allowed to show the Palestinian flag anywhere. And the flag colors are this is the flag. So the watermelon, the black seeds, the red fruit, green, white stripes, that's become kind of a, since they were not allowed to display the flag for a long time, that became kind of a symbol of the resistance. Is NC a BDS state? I don't believe so. We have BDS individuals, but we don't have like there's no state policy. Anyway, John Bolton, by the way, thank you so much. You gave me a really generous donation there, and I appreciate you, brother. So glad to be talking with you again. John Bolton's been hanging out on the show for a long time now. So, many of you have. Here's a wire link. Another longtime viewer. Oh yeah, Palseer says Palestinian watermelon seeds roasted with lemon, salt, regular salt, black pepper is awesome. Sounds delicious. I don't normally have enough watermelon seeds to roast because I don't get watermelons the way I used to in quantity, but I do here where I'm at. We get a lot of pumpkins in the fall, and I always collect the seeds and roast pumpkin seeds, salt them and roast them. Delicious. If anybody sees any breaking news about strikes starting, put it in the chat. I'm trying to pay attention to the chat, but also skimming the news, and I'd like to make sure we see it. Sirens have been activated in Jordan. Where in Jordan, I don't know. Let me show you this. Let me bring this up. You can see here, scale of the wreckage in Tehran. Look at that. Imagine if those were buildings in New York City. How angry, especially after 9/11 and what happened there. What if some other country came in and did this to us? Wouldn't you kind of expect your government to fight back against whoever did this? Especially when it's so, they're like taking credit for it. So for the Trump administration or anyone else to be saying, don't hit back, come on. Wirelink gave a really nice donation last show I did. Has always been a great supporter. I appreciate you guys. More photos from that building. Now that it's daylight and they, are expecting that the strikes are probably over for now in Tehran, people are emerging, feeling a little bit safer, taking a look, getting pictures. So we'll probably start seeing more and more photos now that we've got people stepping out. This is from Jordan. Probably drones crossing over. Just general statements. Tehran has no limitations in responding to Israel. Meanwhile, defense ministers said they have tested new weapons and gave them to operational forces. Iran has also called for an emergency United Nations Security Council meeting. I did a whole video. I'll bet I haven't even looked to see if it got any views. But for those that are joining now, I had Thursday evening, I had put up I worked on a video of this story, the Alex Padilla thing, and had just put that up, and was during the premiere of that video. And I'm sitting there typing in the chat to people, and someone said, "Hey, guess what just started?" And I went and looked at the news, and I'm like, "Oh, crap." So I dropped out of that premiere and came over and started live streaming. And I haven't even seen what's going on with that video. If it's gotten any views, probably not too many, because of the news cycle shifting over to this. This is probably the topic that most everybody's going to be looking for. But we'll see. I'm trying to get my channel going again. I'm really looking forward to this. I enjoy this. I just I hate that this issue is now good night AWireLink. I hate that this is going to be the thing we're talking about for a little while. By the way, John Bolton, if you and anyone else who has made the donations tonight, but definitely you, John, if anyone wants a little personal letter from me of thanks, I'd be glad to send you one. Just email me, tell me your what name you're using here so I can connect it to this. And I don't care if you even give me your real name in the email, but email me at jake@Blackstone Intel, and I'd be glad this week to send you just a little thank you note, personal thank you note in the mail to whatever address you give me. But if you use an anonymous name in the chat, and you're giving me a real name when you email me, make sure you let me know what your handle is, so I know who it is that's actually writing to me. But like I said, if anyone wants to preserve their anonymity and doesn't want to give me a real name, that's fine too. I'll still write to you if you want. Well, there's still, if my stats are right, we still have about 418-ish people on right now. If you're like me, it's just a waiting game, waiting to see what happens, what Iran's response is going to be. So I'm glad to have you guys with me. It's going to be hard to go to sleep. Even if I was to get up, my throat's starting to wear out a little bit. But even if I got offline here, I'm not going to bed. I've got to stay up and watch this and see what happens. Okay, there's a note here saying the IDF has begun intercepting drones launched from Iran outside the country's borders. So I guess they are now trying to hit, and this is from the IDF. So I think that Israel is now trying to intercept some of these drones. About 100 of them, from what we know, have been sent over there. Israel says that they're now trying to intercept them outside before they get to Israel. So they must be getting close. World War III continues to trend. Iranian analyst says Israeli strikes killed women, children, and senior officials in Tehran. And the news inside of Israel is also reporting that their Air Force has begun intercepting drones over the skies of Saudi Arabia. So, does that mean that Saudi Arabia is opening its airspace to Israel? Unless the Air Force is intercepting with missiles from a distance. But I would be very disappointed. Although Saudi Arabia they have repeatedly opened up their airspace to Israel's fighter jets in the past. So, anyway. Yeah, I'll tell you what, if my wife was awake, I'd have her make me a cup of coffee or something. I'm drinking this water, but I need something warm. Looking for any news. Three minutes ago, says Israel is on lockdown with the approach of the drones. Well, Iran has definitely done a lot of talking tonight, from the supreme leader to the Iranian military's social media accounts. And for all their tough talk about how they are going to do this and that, if they turn around and they don't do anything again and say, consider the matter closed, we're now even, then I'm really going to have a big drop in my already flagging respect for the Iranian government, because this is very serious. You don't stand by and let other countries attack you and your people and kill the women and children in your country and destroy your nuclear facilities, and turn around and send some missiles back and say, there we go, we're even. Well, I'm going to look around, see if I can find any other news here. The headline that the world is on edge is certainly right. And this is Israel doing it. Don't blame Iran for this. This was Israel's doing, and I think that everybody knows it. Whether everybody will acknowledge that around the world, especially the European countries that are the lapdogs of Israel, that remains to be seen. But there has been some change over the last 6 months in social media, not just social media, I'm sorry, but in governments talking about Israel in a way that they have not spoken about Israel in the past. And that has been refreshing. It's little too late, but whatever. Yeah, and I'm just looking over at the chat. If anyone's trying to post stuff about the Holocaust or whatever, moderators are welcome. Delete that crap. I don't need my channel penalized because people are saying whatever, the Holocaust didn't happen or whatever. I haven't read the messages, but whatever it is, there's a place for people to talk like that, and this is not the place. I wish I could. I used to try and have nuanced conversations about the issue, because as a history major, someone who was hoping to become a history professor with a concentration in my studies in war, this is what I love. And I was so shocked and disappointed to find that YouTube does not permit discussion of anything in any way that could be construed as not going along with official stories about the big H word. So anyway, it's just something that, even though I like to talk about the issue and explore it, and I've learned a lot over the years, I've got a whole shelf of books. You can't see it from here. I've shown a lot of the books in the past, but I've got a lot of stuff on the H word from differing viewpoints. I've got everything from Raoul Hilberg, who is the foremost recognized expert on the H word in the world, to the opposite end of the spectrum with people like David Irving. I've got first editions of his stuff. Deborah Lipstadt, who opposed David Irving. I've got stuff on all kinds of different viewpoints, and I tried to learn as much as I could. And so I could have as much of a balanced understanding as I could. But I can't talk about it. Not without getting in trouble on YouTube. It's just not a topic. It's either repeat the basic talking points in support of them, or that's it. Tony Greenstein, I don't think I don't know Tony Greenstein. Anyway. No, I used to have the books directly behind me back here, but as I later on doing videos, I thought, you know what? Some of these things, since they don't present the official approved narrative, just a whole spectrum of opinions on the issue, I thought best for me to move this out of frame in case, as AI has developed, it's scanning stuff and looking for words or phrases, and maybe it would find a book by someone who says things that are not authorized, and I end up getting in trouble with the system, the algorithm, because it's picked up on something. I mean, it's insane. It's freaking Orwellian thought control state that we're living in, but that's how it is. Yeah, that's just how it is. To learn who rules over you, simply find the topic you're not allowed to talk about. Okay, Philip, I'll have to look that up. And I do have Finkelstein's book, The H-Word Industry. I do have that one. That poor guy, what he's been through. Yeah, I remember. I used to be able to talk about this stuff openly. YouTube used to be a welcoming place for intellectual discussions, but once they brought in The Southern Poverty Law Center and the Anti-Defamation League, both of which are Zionist censorship brigades, and put them in charge of shaping and determining what people could talk about, defining what anti-Semitism is for everyone else. That's when we lost the ability to have free speech. YouTube is still brimming with some of the most horrible stuff. You have to know where to look for it, but there's CP type stuff. There's child trafficking stuff still on YouTube. I got a strike years ago for I did an expose on YouTube showing that they had stuff going on, detailed it, put it in a video. It was okay at first until, was it not the BBC? Some British news station picked up my stuff and they reported on it. And then I got a strike for that video. They deleted it and I got in trouble for it. But my point was, look at what you allow on your platform. They still had, at that time, you could still look up and find beheading videos, ISIS beheading videos, all kinds of horrible, gory stuff. But you could not talk about World War II, at least not that area. And I thought that was outrageous. Anyway. Whatever. You guys will have to tell me in the chat. I am not real familiar with Rumble. I'm on there. I have posted a video or two, but I've not done much. Are they, how much free speech is there? I mean, can you talk about this kind of stuff there, or are they just as or close to the same kind of, oh, you can't talk about that? How does it go over on Rumble? You'll have to let me know. Rumble is very, very free. Rumble, no censorship, you're good to go. Rumble is great for censorship, but have shady backers. I'll have to look into it more. If you guys are on Rumble, if anyone is there, I don't even know if this is the right format, but I'll put my channel in there. Go follow me over there. I'll try and put more stuff on there. Yeah, I don't get many views. I put videos up from time to time, but I have so few followers over there. Let me see. Oh, maybe I didn't put it on there right. Maybe that's not the right format. Let me see. I don't even know what the way what it is. Let me see here. No. Let me look and see how people do their channels. I don't know. However you do the format for that, it's at Blackstone Intel is my channel. So if you're on Rumble, check it out. I got an invitation from the Truth Expedition to go on their show. Does anyone have any suggestions? I've never watched the Truth Expedition, so I don't know anything about them, but I know they're on Rumble. I haven't responded yet. I haven't had time to look them up and see, but if anyone has any thoughts on that, you let me know. While you're doing responding to that, I'm just double checking to see if there's anything new on on Twitter or any other sites. The drones are crossing Jordanian airspace, which serves as a natural choke point if the United States and or others are assisting. That's likely where most interceptions will happen, thinning the swarm before it reaches Israel's core defenses. Syria Airlines temporarily suspends flights to the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Jordan says it intercepted a number of missiles and drones that entered its airspace, according to Jordanian state news agency. This is what I was saying earlier in the show. Jordan's government, they get paid by America. Do you know that the United States pays hundreds of millions of dollars to both Jordan and Egypt to cooperate with Israel? Now, I don't know if it's correct or not, but something I just read here says that Iran's military is claiming that 800, not 100, but 800 drones are on the way to Israel. Now, that would make more sense because 100 drones, what are you going to do? Most of those are going to get shot down before they even get to Israel. So I don't know if that's correct, but possible. I do expect over the next 24 hours for the United States to do everything it can from the Trump administration to downplay U.S. involvement, but I also expect that Israel is going to be doing everything it can to emphasize what the United States did do to be involved, because they want to put, just like Donald Trump wants to, talk to Elon about that Doge stuff. I don't know anything about it. I think that by trying to use someone else as your shield, your cover for incoming criticism, I think Israel is going to do everything it can to try and peg the United States as being very much involved in this, so that we take as much heat as possible, and also to try and get to entrap Donald Trump as much as possible in this. Yeah, flick off, you're right. Nobody's going to pay attention to the Bilderberg meeting now. Let's see. What is that, Jake? Sounds like you going for some treasure hunting? Sorry, that's an old comment. I don't even know at this point what we're talking about. I think we're getting closer. We're now at 3:10 a.m. Eastern Time. Jordan has opened its airspace, reportedly opened its airspace to the Israeli and U.S. Air Forces, allowing them to intercept drones launched by Iran against Israel. Someone posted an old Politico headline saying Trump blasts Harris on Iran, says Biden administration is, quote, leading us to brink of World War III. How ironic. Well, the drones are going to continue to press through there and try and soften up the defenses so that Iran's ballistic missiles can take off and hit targets. So once we start seeing that in a little while, that's when things are really going to start showing up in the media here, social media. Still looking for any news. Not seeing anything significant yet. Leaders of Israel's major opposition parties, including bitter critics of Prime Minister Netanyahu, struck notes of unity over the attack on Iran. Quote, Israel executed a first-rate strategic operation tonight. In this historic hour, we stand united behind the defense establishment, and I want to send strength to the political leadership, wrote Benny Gantz, a major Netanyahu rival. Yeah, when it comes to mass murder, you can count on all of the political establishment in Israel to unite together, pull out the lawn chairs, sit there, and enjoy the show. Not going to enjoy it so much after these missiles start dropping, though. I mean, this was a major attack by Israel against Iran. And I'm still worried that Iran's going to be so intent on trying to prevent any escalation that they're just going to give a weak response. New York Times is reporting that Israel has begun intercepting this first retaliatory wave of drones outside of Israeli territory, mostly down there in between Jordan and Saudi Arabia. It's so shameful that Jordan, which is supposed to be a great ally of the Palestinians, that they are lackeys for the Zionist regime of Israel. Jordan was the major party in the Six-Day War fighting against Israel. When I was in Jerusalem, I went on different tours, and I saw doors, big, thick metal doors around the walls of Jerusalem in the old city that were just riddled with pretty big caliber, I don't know what caliber, but large caliber bullets. When Jordan was driving the Israelis out while defending the Palestinians. So to know that they were there at that point to where they are now, where they're standing with the Israelis, it's just shameful. No honor the current leadership of Jordan. And the people are very pro-Palestinian. The Jordanian people, hey there, John Bolton. Let's see. Sorry, I just had to reset my chat because it was stuck again. Give me a second. I'm scrolling down to it again. I see some of you had followed me on Rumble. Thank you, guys. And once again, I've said it a couple hours ago, but make sure you're also going to and maybe someone can pop this in the chat. Go to blackstoneintel.substack.com and make sure you follow me there. Even if you're not follow, but subscribe as a free subscriber. That's better than following. So John Bolton says, Jake, what's your view on Hezbollah and what happened to them and their leader? They got killed in a massive strike that killed something around 400 civilians. And did you see the funeral ceremony that was held? Oh, yeah. I felt very unhappy with Iran, that Iran stood by and let their... Hezbollah was the jewel in the crown of Iran's proxy forces. And they had spent years building up Hezbollah. Because remember, it was Hezbollah that pushed Israel out of southern Lebanon. Israel came in, was committing massacres, and Hezbollah fought them off. But Israel... when they went in, when they carried out they're dastardly effective with the pager attacks and things like that. I mean, say what you will, that was brilliant. That was sharp. Evil, very evil. But as far as war goes, all's fair in love and war, they say. But what happened was that Iran lost. They were set back. Years of progress was set back, and they stood by and did almost nothing. They watched as Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. One leader after another picked off. And Hezbollah was one of the only, them and the Houthis, they were the only ones standing up for the Palestinians. The Saudis weren't. A lot of Lebanon wasn't, but Hezbollah was. Jordan wasn't standing up for them. Egypt, nobody was standing up. Syria wasn't doing much. And Israel's going around attacking proxy forces, degrading the proxy forces in Syria and Iraq, the proxy forces that fought off ISIS and prevented Bashar al-Assad from being deposed originally. They did nothing, but Hezbollah did. And I'm no fan of any of these groups personally, like whether it's Hamas, Hezbollah. I see the pros and cons of all of the individual groups. And some people are major cheerleaders for them, and I'm more neutral. I see the good that they do for the people. I also see that in the process of trying to navigate the occupation and the geopolitical expansion, the geographical expansion of Israel, that they end up in really bad situations that sometimes has negative impact on the people they're trying to help. But for the most part, I was saddened to see how much destruction there was to Hezbollah, because they could have done so much more, but they were being told to hold off. They were being told to take it easy, don't escalate. So as far as what Hezbollah was doing to support the people of Gaza, I totally support what they were doing. Their rocket attacks on northern Israel, good. But they did not have support from Iran. When it came down to it, they were not getting the kind of support that I think that they deserved to have and that they expected. So many times I thought, this is it. Iran is going to take the, because it kind of like Israel generally, at least in the past, has not acted without the permission of the United States. Hezbollah does not act without the permission of Iran. And Iran was telling them to hold off. We don't want things to escalate. Let's keep things proportionate, just, low level. Let's do this. And Hezbollah could have really had a good fight with Israel. And for the most part, they did. Anytime Israel puts ground troops in, anywhere ground troops go in, they get their asses kicked. Because these are kids. These are Israeli kids. They're not battle hardened. They're wimps. All Israel has is its intelligence, the Mossad, and it has their air power. Take those away, and they'd get beaten by so many. There's so many different groups that could beat them. But for Nasrallah, it came too late. The Iran, I think, did a major disservice to Hezbollah by not saying, take the gloves off, go get them, and we're going to support you in this, and we're going to help you. So I think that in trying to hold them back, kind of like you see videos sometimes of like somebody maybe shoves a woman, and then the husband tries to stand up and maybe takes a swing at the guy or something, but then the wife comes in and she's grabbing the husband from behind. No. And then while she's all over him, the other guy takes a swing and whacks the guy in the face. That kind of situation. That's what I felt like was happening there. Hezbollah was trying to defend the Palestinians and defend their own southern region there in Lebanon. And I felt like Iranian leadership, not the people wanted to fight, the Iranian people, but the leadership, I felt like they were the ones holding Hezbollah back, and in the process, they got whacked. They'll build back. It'll take a little time. And so that's why I'm curious to see here how Iran responds, because they just have this history now, an established history of talking tough, but then being very reserved in their responses to what Israel has done. So we'll see. Flickoff says, listen to Low Key's Palestine Will Never Die. It's the best pro-Palestinian song since the 7th. It's beautiful. All right, I'll have to check it out. Thank you, Flickoff. Flickoff. When I was over there, I met I don't remember his name right now, but there was a rapper who was a big name in Palestine, but also known outside of Palestine, and met with him. I met government officials, cultural leaders, farmers, picked olives with some Palestinian farmers out in the West Bank, traveled all over, met everything from politicians. I had dinner with the mayor of Ramallah, Musa Hadid, sat there next to him. We chatted. Universities. But then there were people like this guy who, he was a rapper, rap artist. Anyway. Thank you, Flickoff, for your donation, my friend. And I especially like that you helped me find it by giving that nice big yellow notice there to ensure that I would see it. And here comes John Bolton again. He's not satisfied that Flickoff got a little attention. Now John Bolton needs me to give him some attention here. Let's see. What does this neocon have to say? Makes you wonder what happened to the former president of Iran that got assassinated. Yeah, man. There's some dirty stuff. If you really, one of the biggest mistakes that I think people can make when you're dealing with evil is underestimating, is trying to think of them in the way that you yourself would do something. You have to understand when you're dealing with someone, an individual, a group, or in this case, a state, that just does not believe it is constrained by the same kinds of moral guidelines or rules or restraints that govern either decent people, civilized people, or civilized nations. You cannot get into it. It's the proverbial getting into a gunfight with a knife. Don't take a knife to a gunfight. And when you deal with Israel, you cannot take a knife to a gunfight. And that's what Iran has been doing so far. They keep taking a knife to a gunfight. And surely by now they have learned what Israel is capable of and willing and anxious to do. Their duplicity knows no bounds. I'm trying to take a look here. I keep double checking to see if there's any new developments. There is a red flag symbolizing revenge that has been raised over the Jamkaran Mosque. Still nothing. Other than they're repeating this, the news is repeating the Iranian armed forces statement that there is no limits. They have been ordered to have no limits in their response to Israel. And thank goodness we've got France out there, because they have just reminded us in a statement that Israel has the right to defend itself. Friggin' France. You can always count on France to be on the wrong side of things. I suppose any time now we're going to see some news, but it's not out here yet. Not seeing it. Keep us all posted. If anyone sees something before I do, then let's throw it out here for everyone so we can take a look. Philip says, hate is a very powerful force on earth, but compassion is stronger. The hateful underestimate the power of compassion in us social creatures. Who is, I see Abel Malcolm saying that he's trying to have an intelligent discussion about nuclear proliferation, but they censor all of your comments. What is censoring your comments? I know it's not happening here because I can see if a moderator hides a comment or something, and nobody's hiding comments from you. There was somebody, you or somebody earlier, there was something about the Holocaust that I think was hidden, but there's nothing happening now. If anything's being censored here, it's just happening automatically. It's not even showing up. Oh yeah, YouTube blocks a lot of messages that need to be released by a mod. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm not seeing anything being held back here, so it's possible there's something somewhere. Ernie, you don't have to use this wrench or anything, but you've been here so long. I don't know why I've never set you up as a moderator. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything if you don't want to, but at least I'll put you in there because I trust you to do what's right if you see somebody causing trouble or something. But anyway. And John, do I have you set up as a... Why have I never... All right. So I've added John Bolton as a moderator there too. There's really nothing going on in the chat that needs moderating. Yeah, it could be, Ernie, that on my other channel that I've got you in there as a moderator, but anyway. Yeah, you'd think that after years now of talking with some of you that I'm completely comfortable with you guys acting as moderators. Just oversight on my part. Get busy here and don't pay as much attention to the chat and don't realize that, oh, geez, I could have so-and-so in there as a mod. I'm seeing a lot of Zionist accounts talking about how now is the time to take care of Iran and all of this stuff, but I'm also seeing a lot of people who are speaking out against Israel. And I have not seen, although I'm sure it's out there, I have not seen on these lists, the pro and anti-Israel lists, I've not seen a single person in any of these countries, English speaking, or when I do translate, the translate now stuff, not one person has said anything like the Jews this or the Jews that. And I think that's refreshing that that people understand this is the problem here is the state of Israel. Come on, somebody give me some news site here. Give me something. Israeli airlines move aircraft from Ben Gurion Airport. What I expect to see, it will be unfortunate when it happens, but with all of the Iron Dome shrapnel that and parts of drones and things are going to be falling, there's very likely going to be some Palestinian civilians killed as well from this unintentionally by the strikes. And that happened the last time too. But that's awful. But I think it's kind of inevitable. John says, mate, I would love to have a coffee with you someday. I can't lie, brother, but it's been a long journey and I've learned a lot from you. I remember the days when you had the rocker look and sunglasses. Were you around that long ago? Seriously? Looked like a rocker and had those sunglasses, haha, during the Obama days. And it's been an amazing journey, Jake. Thanks for being an awesome teacher. Cheesy, but I'm thankful for all the amazing videos over the years since my 20s. Man, I didn't realize, John, you've been around that long. I mean, that's a long time. That's 10 years. So for those that don't know, back when I first started doing videos, I'm a little theatrical myself. And some of the work I was doing, I needed to have a certain look. I needed to look a little more gruff than I am. And so I had grown out my hair. I don't know if you saw this part, John. I didn't usually show this, but my hair was grown out long enough that I had a ponytail. I had this thick red beard that came down like, I mean, it was like Al-Qaeda beard. And it was so thick that I could, it was so long that I would braid it, and I had beads in my, in that, and I would do my show wearing sunglasses, these dark glasses. And, I mean, I had my reasons for doing what I did, but still, that's hilarious to me that, that you would remember that. Oh yeah, and Ernie's talking about my Hawaiian shirts. Man, I still got those Hawaiian shirts, and I actually did a video this last week wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and I uploaded a screenshot from this, from the video. I uploaded a screenshot of it to ChatGPT to tell it to, make me a thumbnail for the video. And it was something to do with Palestine. And ChatGPT said, it corrected me. It said, given the grave nature of what you're talking about, maybe a Hawaiian t-shirt is not the vibe you want to go for. And I'm like, I never thought about it that way, that all those years or however long it was, where my whole wardrobe of flower Hawaiian shirts and stuff like that, that maybe it looked like I was a little too casual given the topic, but I don't know. Whatever. Donald says he's an OG too. Oh yeah, John Bolton's been keeping an eye on me. Him and the Mossad both. Obsidian says, I'm surprised it took this long for this channel to be recommended to me because this is what my algorithm is. I think that when I started back this time, I think that there's been some kind of reset a little bit, or at least it has. I still don't get paid any money for ad revenue, but I can get these super chats now, which had been taken away from me for a long time. But the algorithm was really bad. I couldn't get anybody, not even my longtime viewers were seeing my stuff anymore at a certain point. I'd get on and I'd do a live stream, and by the time, an hour later, I'd have had 200 people cycle through. And at that point, I had over 250,000 followers on my YouTube channel. Subscribers. Crazy. But anyway. Palsir, I could grow a monster Assyrian. Oh man, did my chat dropped again. Give me a second to bring it back up. Guess this is what happens when you stream for whatever it is, 5 hours. I got a channel strike. Yeah. Oh, I've had multiple channels, and I've had multiple strikes on each channel. Yeah. Not because I ever show anything graphic. I don't. I say damn and hell now, but in the past, I didn't even say that. Like, so there was no profanity. I never say anything like, the people over there are evil, terrible. I'm talking about the ethnic, religious group. None of that. But the topics that I talk about, not being critical of Israel, well, that's anti-Semitism. So I'd get strikes. And I'd appeal. And at the time, I had a couple people at YouTube that I could appeal to and get reviews and sometimes get a strike reversed. And that would let me continue on for a while longer. And then I'd get another one. Back and forth. At this point, I've got no strikes because it's been years. But it'll end up happening again before too long, I'm sure. That's why I'm trying to diversify. I'm trying to get people to go to blackstoneintel.substack.com and subscribe as a free person there, because that gives me access to your email address, so that if I get booted off of here or if something significant is happening, I can still reach you guys. If I get knocked off YouTube, I'll just go over to Rumble or something and try and rebuild from there. But how will you know unless I can contact you and tell you? So anyway, I used to have a lot of stuff on BitChute, and I actually honestly don't know if it's still there. I haven't been to BitChute in a long time, so I don't even know if it's up there. Yeah, I was talking about the wrong topics. I was taking the wrong positions on the wrong topics. And Ernie is right. I ran afoul of the FBI, and they actually contacted Twitter and YouTube. And I found that out from someone at Twitter. Told me that they had a note on my account that they had been told by the government to squelch what I was putting out. Although at the time, it wasn't the Vegas stuff that got me in trouble on Twitter. It was the Ukraine war, publishing serial numbers on missile fragments at the time, to disputing kind of the Ukrainian narrative about who was shooting them. That's what got me in big trouble there. John Bolton, I remember all the anti-Semite of the week and year awards. It's like the Grammys, but for us normal people. Yeah, I got the Canary Mission's Anti-Semite of the Week award. They've still got a massive file on me. Pages and pages and pages of things that I've allegedly said. A lot of it I have said, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it, because it's criticism of Israel or statements of support for boycotting Israeli products, stuff like that, which they say is anti-Semitism. But they outright fabricate quotes. There are some quotes where I can prove, because they say, oh yeah, he said this in a video. Well, I can go, I've got in my archives on my computer, I've got the videos. I can go back and play it and prove that, oh yeah, you clipped these words out of this sentence. 2 paragraphs later, you take this phrase out, you join them together and create a completely different meaning. So did I say the words? Yes. Did I say them in that order? No. And that is why Canary Mission is totally anonymous. That's why, despite being funded by billionaires and likely being just an arm of Unit 8200, that's why you'll never find out who owns it, who runs it, because they are so defamatory, and it's so easy to prove that they engage in overt, dishonest defamation that they cannot afford to have any public names, because they instantly get taken out in court. They don't have a leg to stand on. But there's other groups that are basically just like the Robin to the Canary Mission Batman, just little tag-alongs that also do it. That's how it goes. Whatever. I speak out in defense of the Palestinian people. And sorry about that, Israel. I don't much care if you like it or not. Stop being jackasses. Stop killing people. And maybe that's the solution instead of me criticizing you. All right, I'm just skimming through again here. Here's another statement. I don't see a reliable source, but another statement saying breaking U.S. fighter jets actively assisting interception effort of Iran drone attack on Israel. Again, I don't have confirmation. This same person said that Iran has launched numerous long-range ballistic missiles at Israel, but based on the timing of this, they would have hit by now. So there's a lot of disinformation and just mistakes and whatever, rumors. Wars and rumors of wars. Another source here says the United Kingdom says it will not take part in defense drone interceptions or any interceptions like it did in the past. True or not, I don't know. Again. So we're within the hour. At least the first wave of drones should be entering Israeli airspace. But at 3:48 a.m., I understand that we're going to have a lot of drop-offs. People need to get to bed. But I am looking through, hoping to find something. Very, very little by way of photos, videos. Kind of surprised. Even just of what they've got in going on in Iran, I would have expected more. So I guess we're just waiting a little bit longer. Ernie says, I'm glad lots of people have been red-pilled since October 7th, but only a few folks on the internet have been talking about this for 15 years plus. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm so glad that more and more people are talking about it, and it's kind of, sometimes I'm like, well, welcome to the party. I've only been writing about this since the 1990s. I covered the second Intifada in the early 2000s. That's back when YouTube wasn't even around back then, I don't think. This was on Yahoo groups, websites, places like that. The internet was still quite young. But writing was the main thing that I did, publishing articles. And in the around 2008 to 2012, I was writing a lot, and that's back when Alex Jones was putting tons of my stuff on his he had two websites. He had InfoWars and he had Prison Planet, and he used to put stuff on there frequently. I've got his phone number here. I should call him up and see, call him at 4 a.m. and ask him to comment on. Let me make sure I don't have anything reflective on that'll show my phone. But of course I won't. He's been back and forth for years now. Used to put out some good stuff, but boy, when it came to criticizing Israel, he would not do it. He would not do it. Thumbprint Killer says, I remember you talking about Epstein before he was a household name. I really like to see some of those videos in hindsight. Yeah, I've got the videos somewhere, but I'll tell you something you can do. Yeah, I was talking about Epstein a long time ago. I still have a series that I did on my old podcast channel. If you guys want to listen to it, you're welcome to. If you have podcasts, it's my early episodes. Tons of my stuff is no longer on there, but if you go to Spotify or wherever, in fact, let me, maybe I can do this here. Blackstone Intel Report. Let me bring up the thing here. So if you go to Spotify or wherever, I'm not signed into it right now. This is just whatever comes up. But I typed in Blackstone Intel Report. And if you go down to podcasts, this is me. And if you scroll down to the early ones, okay. Yeah, these are from 2019. Jeffrey Epstein and other powerful perverts. So I did a series. That one was half an hour. This is about half an hour, 16 minutes, 33 minutes, an hour and 9. Oh, that was with Benny Willis. Number 6, 40 minutes, 24 minutes, 39. So I did a long series on Epstein, and I explained in great detail before it became a popular thing. I was talking about Epstein and putting a lot of detail in that people later on.
Get ready to feel rewarded with Skyla Credit Union's new Visa Signature.
I don't know if you can hear that or not. It's kind of loud. The other people came along and used a lot of my stuff and made their own
You can unlock
channels and
25,000 bonus
podcasts and
points.
whatever.
There
But
is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your
can you
bed
hear that?
and
This is in
believe
my,
whatever
I can hear it in my
you want to
headphones. Can you
believe.
hear the,
You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and the white Morpheus will show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
someone called me the white Morpheus, so that was in the
Welcome
ad.
to Blackstone Intelligence with your host, Jake Morphonios.
Good evening, everybody. Hello out there. Welcome. Thank you for joining me here on the Blackstone Report. Today is July the 12th, 2019. I'm so glad you've joined me. I'm your host, Jake. An investigation by the House of Representatives. So anyway, that's there. If anyone is interested in the reporting I did on Jeff Epstein and you want to get into that, in fact, do this. Heck, guys, if any of you listen to podcasts, go follow me. If you don't do it tonight, do it in the morning. I need followers on my podcast. So here's kind of the format for what I'm doing with my channel now. I put out a video and I am putting the transcript available to people that want it. If you're on Patreon, $1 or more gets you the transcript there. I put it on Substack. I'm also doing additional articles on Substack. But in addition to that, the videos that I do, I'm going to put them out as podcasts. And here within a few weeks, once I've got my ducks in a row, I'm going to start doing additional podcasts. I was hoping to push that more as time goes on, but But go ahead. If you are a podcast listener, just type in Blackstone Intel Report, find me, and I'll be doing a lot more podcasting too. I'm really trying to hit it hard and do a lot of this. Audio, video, written reports. And hopefully after I've got a good audience going again, I want to get back out and start doing what I used to do, where I travel around and do kind of a speaking circuit, go around and do events and meet and greets and stuff like that. Anyway. I know I'm telling you guys, like, oh, go here, do this, do this. Yeah. but anyway, seriously, do it. I need all the support I can get. All right, let me check these updates. So 2 minutes ago, China says they are concerned about Israeli attacks and call for peace. China is paying close attention to Israeli attacks on Iran and calls on relevant parties to act in ways conducive to regional peace and stability, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson says. Lebanon says attacks by Israel target the stability of the Middle East. Damage to government buildings in Tehran. Iran's reformist ex-president Khatami calls for international condemnation against Israel. Israeli carriers, including El Al, are evacuating and relocating aircraft from Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport. Who knows? It says they're moving their planes out of the country. Let me look over here in the chat. I saw John writing something. Best debate and the only debate I ever got to see, when you had the talk with the weirdo that was talking about Vegas and Prince Salman and helicopters, the Thai guy with his brother and father. Yeah. Sometimes you play good cop, sometimes you got to play bad cop, and especially when someone is like calm and whatever. And I just really resented the disinformation that was purposely being spread to screw up the Vegas community, because it's easy to lure people away when you've got a sexier sounding conspiracy theory. If you present it as a theory and say, look, hey, what about this? Maybe this, that's one thing. Cool, no problem. But when you start presenting it as, I know this is true because, and so this guy is out there making up this crap, saying, oh yeah, I know that Prince Salman, Mohammed bin Salman from Saudi Arabia, the crown prince, I know that he was the target that they were trying to kill in Las Vegas, because I'm part of the FBI, and me and my team, we were involved in flying a Predator drone. We were going to carry out drone strikes against the assailants there, and blah, 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 blah. And it turned out it was some absolute nobody, expat living over in Thailand, and or claiming to, and I wanted to find out if he was really there. So I said, hey, he's like, oh, my daughter speaks Thai, or stepdaughter, or his girlfriend's daughter, something like that. Like, put her on. And I started speaking Thai, and she could speak Thai, and I was like, all right. And then he was like, here, let me show you my license plate. I'm like, okay, do that. I'm like, all right, yeah, so now we can confirm you're not FBI, because if you're FBI, you'd be in the United States. And I'm on him, chewing him out, and so he goes and he admits, okay, yeah, the team is actually me and my dad and my brother. So I'm like, all right. And I thought at that point, now that we've got this guy admitting he's a complete, total, utter liar, that he's not part of some crack FBI team, that people would stop taking this crazy conspiracy crap he was saying so seriously. But nope. It's all like, whatever. Whatever. Your girlfriend is Thai. Sawati Cup to you too. Is she there? You let her sleep if she's asleep.ผมมีเพื่อนหลายๆคนอยู่ประเทศไทยผมอาศัยอยู่ที่ประเทศไทยช่วงเวลา2 ปีเป็นผู้สอนศาสนาผมอาศัยอยู่ที่อุบลอยู่สุรินทร์อยู่กรุงเทพเชียงใหม่เชียงรายผมชอบกินอาหารไทยเยอะๆเลยอร่อยดีผมเป็นฝรั่ง Anyway, Evan Patel, Jake, it's great to have you back. I definitely missed your content. I first discovered you years ago, back when you covered a group of old men whose home was being raided or something due to CP. A group of old men whose home was being raided or something due to CP. I'm not quite sure off the top of my head what that one is. I know that I was working there for a long time on investigating and busting up an international child sex trafficking ring that was based in North Hollywood. And one of their safe houses, I went out there and filmed myself actually going up, knocking on the door. They had a pit bull barking at me there, and I'm kind of glad now they didn't answer the door. But I was gonna put some questions to them. But that same trip, they must have followed me, because that night, in fact, I don't know if I was live streaming or just recording, but I was on the second floor of my hotel, kind of a little hotel. And I'm sitting there recording, and the window is behind me to the outside. And there's this bang. And I go and I'm like, what is that? And I go, open the curtain, and someone has just run off. And there's this, a ladder is leaning up against the glass of my window. Someone was trying to come up and get in my room. So I had to, yeah, you remember that hotel video? So I did my little tricks. I went and put something against the door, and I took a plate, a glass plate, porcelain or something, and because the floor was hard, tile floor, and I propped it up there against the base of the door in case the door opened during the night. It would knock the plate over and crash, and I'd hear it, and I had my protection with me. Yeah, that was crazy. Those are crazy days. Anyway. All the stuff we used to do. That was a lot of fun. And I felt like we were, making a difference, doing good things, trying to help people. I hate it when normal, innocent people, especially kids, but anyone, is taken advantage of by someone in power or someone who can manipulate them. Yeah, they were recruiting these girls, making them, teenage girls, runaways, people down on their luck, putting ads on Facebook and other places saying, oh yeah, if you want to be an international model, you're going to get paid tons of money. We're going to give you all the outfits. You're going to be an international model. We're going to take you around, provide your transportation. And what they were doing was these guys were taking these girls who had, their a lot of them were just in a bad way, taking them, flying them to Eastern Europe, and putting them into the sex slave trade over there. And what was that guy's name? The head of it. I got him to when I started putting this stuff out. And also, I was at that point, I had a white hat, a friend in the FBI, with the trafficking task force, and I'm feeding them this stuff. Oh, do you guys remember I used to go around to, I did a few videos where I went to Habbo Hotel on the internet, that kids kind of online playground where everyone has little, what are they called? Not emojis, but the little avatars. And the kids, it's supposed to be kids only place, but child predators would go in there and lure kids. You could have your own private rooms, and they would lure the avatars in there, and then they'd spring it. Yeah, Habbo Hotel. And so I created some fake accounts, and I had some adult women who, knowing what I was doing, volunteered to give me some old photos of themselves when they were younger. And what I would do is I'd play innocent. I'd wait for the people to approach me. And then I'd go in the rooms, and they're like, hey, do you do this? And by the time it was over, I would have them so convinced that they're going to get something from me that I would have them send me their contact information. Some of them were giving me their driver's licenses. And others were arranging meetings. And I would set it up to have local law enforcement go and intercept them at the meeting. And I did a couple. There was one in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. I had arranged a meeting with someone, and I went out there and I filmed that. And I actually showed that guy sitting there at the place waiting for Jess to show up. Those were crazy days. I enjoyed it, but anyway, it did. I got deeper and deeper into things that got more and more dangerous, and I got a family. There's only so much I can do. About the time I had to chase the guy off my property with a baseball bat, that was starting to give me that signal that, hey, you know what? We got to start to reel this back in when they're coming to your house. Let's see. Philip, I knew so little about Thai culture until recently, but it was always in my subconscious. Yeah, it was easy to catch those guys because they had no sense of self-preservation. They're just crazy, just so addicted, so determined that they were willing, if they thought that I would give them a picture or something, they were willing to give me their real personal identification. Michelle says, I think Evan P. was talking about the old brothers in Seattle, CP and clothes and shoes, sister burned. I remember that. Yeah, okay. I was thinking it was an investigation where I was there, but no, I know what you're talking about now. I can't remember their names, those brothers. I know it. Thank you, Michelle. Oh, man. What were their names? I'd have to go look it up. I don't remember. Thank you. I remember that now. Yeah, sick, twisted, screwed up people. Man, that was... those were some awful people. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate it. For the donation as well, but... yeah. The baseball incident, Simon King, that was... was a guy from Utah who, so some of the people I was talking to, I was also doing interviews with people who suffered from multiple personalities or DID, dissociative identity disorder. And I was talking a lot as it related to like the Franklin cover up, the Franklin scandal, and this everything. And there was one guy who picked up on that, and he started sending me some donations through PayPal. So I was getting alerts. I'm like, $2, $2, $2. What is this person doing? This is weird, but okay. And then they started getting bigger and bigger. I'm like, someone's trying to scam me or something. So nobody in their right mind is going to give me all these donations in rapid fire like this. But he was trying to get my attention, and he did. And so I looked it up, and I contacted him, and I said, look, I don't know if you're doing this on purpose, but let's get this straightened out, because if you're hitting your return button or something's happening and you're getting all of these, I said, I certainly like donations, but I don't want to receive anything by accident. And so let me return the money to you if this is unintentional. He's like, no, it's a totally intentional. I'm trying to get your attention. I'm a satanic ritual abuse victim. All these people are in on it. They buried me in the ground. They used to pimp me out in Las Vegas and all this stuff. And I want you to interview me and blah, 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 blah. And I said, well, look. And he goes, I know your address and I'm flying out there. And I said, hold on. I said, first of all, nobody comes to my house. This is where my children are. If you come to my house, I will treat you as hostile, because you're acting really crazy. And this was in the midst of a lot of bad stuff going on, vandalism and other things. And he's like, well, I'm going to come. I'm going to fly out there no matter what. And I said, here's what, and I could tell he's going to come no matter what. I said, here's the deal I'll make with you. I said, right now, my wife is out of town. I cannot leave my home because my children are at home. I cannot leave home to come interview you, but if you will wait 3 days, I will agree to meet you at a neutral location and listen to your story. But if you come to my house against my will, I said, I will assume that you are a danger or a threat because I've given you this clear warning. And if you come here to my house, you better be prepared, because I'm going to come at you hard. And he's like, okay, I promise. So I told my kids the next morning, I said, look, there's this guy. If somebody shows up, don't talk to him. Come get me. Just be careful. So later that afternoon, I hear my son screaming. He was about 9 years old. I'm like, what's going on? He said, there's a man over on the side of the house looking through the window. So I go, and sure enough, here's this nutcase outside looking through the window, checking out my kids. So I grab a bat, which I, to this day, keep certain things stationed around the house for quick access, for protection. For example, I've got a machete right here. Trust me, every room, every access point, I've got things out of necessity, not because I'm paranoid, but because I have to do it. But anyway, so I grab a baseball bat, open the door, have my camera on, and I start telling him, you better get out of here. And he won't leave. And I said, I told you, you agreed, do not come to my home. Get out of here now. No, you've got to interview me right now. So I went after him, chased him to his truck. He stood there still trying to whatever. I took that bat and I slammed the payment right next to him. Said the next shot's going to be against you. Get out of here. And of course, I wasn't going to hit him for real unless he pulled out a weapon, because who knows? This guy could have had a gun or something. I didn't know. But anyway, he hopped in his rental vehicle and took off. And I knew this guy could come back again. So later on, when he called, I said, I'll make the same deal with you. I will meet you, but now not in my town. I will meet you an hour outside of town. You get out of here, leave my area, find a hotel somewhere else. I will travel to Burlington, which is about halfway between here and Raleigh, which is an hour and a half away. So I'll meet you there at a coffee shop or something, and I'll listen to you. But you better not come back here, because next time you do, it's going to be a different story. Okay. So I did, and I interviewed him. I told him I was not going to put his interview up. I said, nobody who tries to manipulate me into an interview I'm not going to reward you with any fame. I'm not going to put your interview up, but I will listen to you. And he told me a very elaborate story, and I thought, wow, if true, this is pretty wild. So he gave me all of his contact information for his family. He said, my dad will confirm it. My dad is a professional psychologist. He said, my sister will confirm it. So I called all of his family members, and they said, look, he's got some mental issues. He's had kind of a mental break, but after what he's been through growing up, what we discovered was being done to him as a kid. And they repeated some of the same stuff. So I believe it happened. I think now, here was the problem. This is why he was acting so crazy. He had turned to meth, and it had made him really unhinged. He was a successful, he had a very successful real estate business in Utah, or did. But then because of the trauma and the emotional troubles, the struggles, he turned to using meth, and that exacerbated the problems. And I could see it as we talked. He, do this, and I could see, he had meth mouth, he had the whatever. He insisted he was not using meth, and I was like, dude, you don't have look, I'm not going to go after you. I'm not going to turn you in. I'm not going to judge you. All right? I know you've been through a lot. But if you sit here and lie to me about this, how can I know that you're telling me the truth about other things? So, anyway, maybe in another time in his life, he and I could have been pals or something, but not in the state of mind he was in. So anyway, and so he claims that there was a group of religionists that were involved in Satanism in his town, and that as a kid they had kind of groomed him and started taking him on trips, telling his family. He said originally his family trusted these people. They were trusted members of his family. But they would take him on trips, telling the family they were doing one thing, but what they were doing was pimping him out as a child prostitute in Las Vegas. And that over time, to deal with this, he started experiencing split personality, and that it became worse and worse, and that there was a satanic component to it. And I was like, But then he told me about this one time that he said he was going to tell his parents, and so to punish him, they actually dug a hole in the ground, put him in a box in a hole in the ground for a couple of hours, where he had like a little opening for some air. And when they brought him back up later, he said that they told him that if he ever told his parents or anyone else, the next time they would not dig him up. So how much of that was true, I don't know. All I know is that I talked to multiple family members who were very concerned about him. And I was asking, I said, does he have a gun on him? Does he own a gun? Do you think he could have a gun? Because I need to know this if I'm going in talking to this guy. who I'm dealing with. And they were very open, very forthright. They expressed a lot of concern about his declining mental state, but they confirmed the stories. So either they were all in on it, either fooled by him, or they were just lying for some reason that I don't know why they would. But anyway, it was pretty crazy. Anyway, let me take a second here and go check social media. I've been yapping for a while. Really would like to see something develop soon to justify staying on. I'm just kind of keeping you guys up, and I know a lot of you are hanging out with me still, but Saudi Foreign Minister Faisal bin Farhan spoke over the phone with Iran's foreign minister after deadly Israeli strikes on Iran, but there's nothing there. Nothing from that list of accounts. And over here, the Israeli accounts I follow, no new developments there. Other than, let's see, who is this from? Reports that Israeli jets assisted by Saudi Air Force F-15s intercepted Iranian and Yemeni drones over Saudi Arabia. Someone else is saying the claim of a ballistic missile launch was never confirmed, so either they have not launched yet, Iran is having issues, or they are simply backing down for now. Typically, these attacks are carried out under cover of darkness, so it would be kind of surprising. But they sent the drones, so there's got to be something. Some people are saying the drones, at least the ones we know about, have been intercepted. Could be that if it is true that they only sent 100 drones, could be that they were just testing the defenses. Kind of like boxers when they're first just jabbing to gauge distance and check the other fighter's reaction behavior. Could be something like that, but NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says the strike on Iran is a unilateral action by Israel. So NATO countries, including the United States, must contribute to de-escalation in the Middle East. So NATO's out there trying to make the case that, no, USA didn't have anything to do with this. If it is true that Israel did this without Trump's approval or knowledge or anything like that, which I don't believe, but if it were true, a sign of that would be Trump absolutely furious tomorrow and indicating that we are cutting off certain kinds of certain aspects of our relationship with Israel. Because if they did this against his wishes or without his knowledge, that would be a huge, huge insult to America, because it also puts us at risk. If you're doing something like this because Iran has said, oh yeah, well, we're going to strike, if this happens, we're going to strike U.S. bases. That would be Israel putting our American troops in harm's way, not giving us sufficient access to the relevant information. And I just don't believe that. So if Trump does not come out with fury, fire and fury tomorrow at Israel, I'd say that's a pretty good sign that he did know. And that just as I suspect, and many of you suspect, he actually had a hand in this and has been just stringing Iran along at least the last couple weeks. So, different ways of looking at it. Let's see here. Anyway, well, not even anything on Al Jazeera or other sites that, nothing significant updating. Israel's government saying there's going to be an extended conflict. European shares drop amid caution after Israel's attacks on Iran. Talking about their stock markets. All right, well, I'm not seeing much of anything. So I'm going to go peek real quick over here at... Let me pull this up. You can look at it with me as we check it out. Let me see if I can fix this screen a little bit. Oh, not that. There we go. I'm just curious. I want to see if that video has gotten anything yet. Hardly anything. 1,000 views in 6 hours. Although it was kind of late that I posted it, but still. That's the one that I was doing that I was like, oh, I got to get out of here. Anyway, tomorrow, guys, if you want, you can go watch that. But, oops, not that. Sorry. There we go. I don't know. I don't know if anything's going to happen here. It doesn't seem like a whole lot happening. I'm checking out the links once more. IDF says it completed a large-scale strike against the aerial defense array of Iran. One site is saying, according to estimates in the defense establishment, most of the drones launched towards Israel were successfully intercepted, and those that were not apparently crashed. How much of that is true, I don't know. But we've got, if they only launched 100 drones, clearly that's not what they're, that's not going to do anything. You would expect that most of, based on what we saw the last time they did this, I mean, that many drones were intercepted before they even got to Israel last time. So it's not, that surely can't be their response. I just think that they're probably, testing the waters here. So it's possible that we're not going to see anything right now. Maybe they'll wait until nightfall to respond. I don't know. Maybe they're it's certainly been enough time. Enough time has passed. So I don't know, guys. I've been on for 6 hours, and I'm thinking about wrapping it up here. I could always, if something happens in the next half hour or so, I could hop back on and start up again, but I'm not so sure. So let me, I guess, start to wrap up by giving you my last couple plugs again. I'm going to put these in as I break away. Blackstone, let me put this in the chat. My Substack, please subscribe there, even if you just do it as free. And then there's my Patreon link. Same thing. I'd love it, love it if any of you would go and subscribe as at the $5 a month level. You're going to get access to the reports, but also some private videos I'll be putting up, private reports. I'm going to try and do regular, like 10, 15-minute whole episodes on stuff privately just for you guys that are subscribed at that level. But even if you don't want to support financially, just go and subscribe as a free person. So I've got your contact information in case I get booted off or anything. And I still give you updates and everything anyway. So that's that. And let me say thanks again. Is there anyone out there who knows that I accidentally skipped thanking? If so, for any super chats or anything, I want to make sure and thank everyone. Please accept my apology if I missed you. Thank you to you guys, Ernie and Flick Off, everyone that helped as moderators. Thank you to you guys. John Bolton, thanks, of course, for the donations, and the rest of you. So I guess that's going to be it. I'm going to wrap it up. Whether or not I keep this, and Michelle, thank you as well. I don't know if it's the smartest thing to do for me to keep this live stream up. Maybe for now I will. I'm trying to think what is in this that could get me any YouTube strikes. I know I talked about a lot of stuff in the course of this 6 hours, and the AI system does scan all of the videos. It knows what we're saying. So I'm trying to think, what did I say in this stream that might get me in trouble? Because I really don't want to get strikes if I can avoid it. I don't know. Mr. Wonderful says, you may or may not have seen my comments to you. I don't know, Mr. Wonderful. I will scroll back, though, and check it out. Sorry, I probably missed at least some of it. Sorry about that. Oh, some of the H stuff, maybe? Yeah, I think that I was being pretty careful myself with that, but still, you're right, even dancing around it. Yeah, the word itself is enough to get you in trouble. Anyway. All right, so we'll see. I may end up making the stream private for now until I can chop it up and use small segments or something. I don't know, but yeah, get the live unlisted, then edit it later, then upload after checking. I may do something like that. Yeah, Modi is a nice little Mossad asset from India. I said the name of... Oh, did I say the name of the mustache man? Doggone it. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah, from what you guys are telling me about Rumble, it sounds like I need to do more there. So please, if you have not already followed me on Rumble, go do it here after we end the stream if you're on Rumble. And if I get enough people there, I'll start doing streams over there too. I just need an audience. I don't want to be sitting there doing a show for, just a couple of people who accidentally come across the channel. I'd like to be able to talk to people. But anyway, thank you all. I appreciate you hanging out for so long. We'll see what happens. Almost certainly I'll be either streaming or making some kind of video tomorrow, Friday, I guess now. Believe it or not, I've got another hour's worth of work I've got to do after I get off here for one of my other businesses. So I'm not going to bed yet. It's about 4:37 in the morning. I got to get this other stuff done and then get to bed. But anyway, thanks for hanging out with me. Sorry we didn't have anything more substantive than this, but we're all just sitting around waiting to see what happens. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. And I will talk with you later. Thanks so much.